We ready to go? Okay. Test, test. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. As we get started this evening, we have a full house, and we have a special meeting because we have a graduation. So it is so awesome to see our Nampa Citizens Academy here, and look forward to honoring you all. We have a wonderful tradition at the City of Nampa in our council meeting, and that is we begin every meeting with prayer. And so Tony Johnson with First Church of the Nazarene is here to open us. Tony, thank you so much, one, for everything you do in the community, and two, for opening us in prayer tonight.
It's always my pleasure to come and share. And just wanted you to know you have a special little postcard inviting you to the Care House Partnerships benefit event coming up in about a month. So I appreciate all these folks coming out just for me to pray tonight.
Yes.
That's really exciting. Before I pray, just share some words of wisdom and insight from one much wiser than I. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. For through wisdom your days are many, and years will be added to your life. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight. If you are wise, your wisdom will reward you. If you are a mocker, you alone will suffer. The tongue of the wise adorns knowledge. The lips of wisdom spread knowledge. And the Lord loves those who pursue righteousness. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed. And it looks like you have many advisors tonight. A person finds joy in giving an apt reply. How good is a timely word. Whoever gives heed to instruction prospers. Blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord. Let us pray. Father God, thank you for these men and women who have stepped into the calling to be our civic leaders. Theirs is not an easy job, for many are the difficult decisions, the difficult conversations, and difficult situations they face daily. Thank you for our mayor and how she leads with a heart that is seeking after you and is being formed by you. May she continue to experience your health, your wisdom, and your visions for our community. Thank you for the council members who are desiring to form and shape our community so it is a place where all people can thrive and prosper, living in safety and security both physically, financially, as well as mentally and emotionally, no matter their language, their homeland, their economic state, or their life situation. Father, as we stand before this sign which says, "In God we trust," may they live and may we live that calling of Scripture. To trust in the Lord with all our heart and to lean not on our own understanding, that we would choose to submit to you always so that you will direct our paths. May we trust in you and your word that says the Lord has shown us what is good, to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God, so that your love and faithfulness may never leave them, that they may bind your love and faithfulness around their necks and write it on the tablets of their hearts, that they might win favor and a good name in the sight of you, O God, and of the men and women in our community. Give them your wisdom and direction for what they will face tonight, as well as in the days ahead, so that your will and your way, so your kingdom values might become more and more of a reality in our community. We ask this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and that by the power of your Holy Spirit, that your will be done in our community. Amen. Let's now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Tony, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor, for asking.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And that was beautiful, listening to the pledge. That was nice. Okay, we'll start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
So the next item on the agenda are any proposed amendments to the agenda. And so tonight, I'm going to ask that item 7.3 gets removed from the agenda. We will actually consider that at a later date. And then I do have a question on 7.4. Councilman Bills, I don't think we had the opportunity to visit with Matt Jamison. Where's Matt? I don't see him here. to see if we can postpone that item. You know what, let's go ahead and we're going to postpone item 7.4 if it needs to be done.
He's coming forward.
Hi, Matt. We'd like to ask if we could postpone 7.4 on the agenda. Is that so date sensitive that it would be a challenge if we postponed it at this time? Okay, thank you. We're going to postpone that item. Thank you so much. So items 7.3 and 7.4 are going to be postponed at this time. I am not aware of any other items that need to be postponed. Council, is there any other adjustments to the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the agenda with the two items that we have discussed being postponed.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The next item is the consent agenda. I would ask that I stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda then as presented.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the next item on the agenda would be proclamations, and we don't have any proclamations tonight, but we do have 3 next time, so just be prepared. Public forum. We have a wonderful opportunity this evening, and that is graduation of the Citizens Academy. So, council, let's all move down, and because we want to shake everybody's hands. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Let's do the video first. Amy, please do.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So to my left, your right, is the first graduating class of Nampa's Citizens Academy.
Woohoo!
And this is exciting. Well, it is the first, and Mayor Kling had seen this in other cities, and so we started it here. And would you guys say it was good? I'm taking a chance. That's good. So we do have just a quick video, and then we will start our very short, hopefully this works, presentation.
You first.
Okay. I'm Cheryl Whistler.
I'm Jimmy Whistler.
We're owners of International Minute Press, and I have to say for the Citizens Academy, it just really opened my eyes of the workings behind the scenes in the city. I had no idea how much goes on behind the scenes and what they need to do just to make things happen. So it was, I loved it.
Yeah.
I really did.
Me too. It opened my eyes to the fact that all the stuff you read on Facebook posts and stuff may not be true because there's processes that go on in the city, and being exposed to that through this Citizens Academy gives me a different look on the processes and how things are going on, and I feel that I can support that more now.
Okay, so now, yes, that would be great if you can come down. And so, class, we've given very brief instructions about doing this alphabetically. And so, if wait, yes, okay, I forgot that you guys, I'm sorry, I messed it up. Oh, see, I didn't have my agenda. Okay.
Should we talk to you or them? Everybody. We just wanted to say a special thank you to Amy Bowman, who did a fabulous job, and on behalf of all of us with the Citizens Academy. And the plaque reads, presented to Amy Bowman for her unwavering commitment and dedication to the Citizens Academy 2024. That's for you.
Flowers. Oh, send them over here.
Yep. Flowers for Amy and flowers for the mayor as well for bringing this wonderful program to our community. Thank you.
For a picture?
Yep. Oh,
For a picture?
you got it all?
Yes,
Yep.
hold that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if you-
Oh, we're doing it. Okay, I'm doing it. I haven't got a plaque like ever. Thank you.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Ladies council, can we have you line up and then you can shake their hands as they come around this way? Does that work? Okay. Well, we're going to do it right here. Okay. Oh, you want to do it over there?
Well, no, you stay there and
Well, I thought we were going to do it. we did not practice this. Sorry. Okay, we're going to be fast. I promise. Once we get going. Okay, so why don't you guys stand? Don't take their seats, you guys. When they. Okay. Okay. Nancy Aquaviva. Okay. Okay. Stand. Okay. Thank you. Nick Aquaviva. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Daniel Badkey. No, oh, Daniela. Danielle. Nope, not here. Okay. I didn't practice names. I'm so sorry. Tom Balello. Thanks, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Jason Chase. Yay! Thank you, Jason. Leslie Contos. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. Alicia Davila? Nope, okay. Thank you. David Dixon. Thank you, David. Thank you. Sherry Dykes. Yay! Yay! Thank you. Parker Fitzen. Oh, yeah, walk. Okay, yeah, so walk around this way. Thank you, Parker. Thank you, Parker. Thank you, Parker. There we go. Okay. Laura Flores. Nope. Nope. Okay. Thank you. Sarah Foltz. Yay. Yay. Thank you. Paula Hanschild. Is that right? Okay. I'm sorry. I should have practiced your names. I'm so sorry. Amy Henry. Yes. Oh, who's that? I don't know. Okay. Thank you. They're supposed to be alphabetical. Esmeralda Herrera. Yay! Thank you, Esmeralda. Thank you. Cliff Hammond. Okay. Carol Kenfield. Yay, Carol. Thank you so much, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. Kimberly Lewis. Thank you, thank you,
sweetie.
thank you. Don Manis. Man. Okay. Woo. Thanks. Lindsay Moeller. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. Kim Pennington. Oh, sorry. Kim. Woo. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Okay, Elisa Peppercorn. Okay, thank you. Yay, thank you, Elisa. There we go. Thank you. And Miss Margie Potter. Thanks, Margie. Amanda Ranke. Thank you. Thank you. Miss. Okay, yes, Audrey Ryken. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Randy Ryken. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Megan Ritchie. Megan, yay! There you are. Oh, hi. Thanks, Megan. Thank you. Tina Rollins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I learned so much. Thank you.
Elvira Sanchez Perotti. Okay, thank you. Maury Smith. I know, good. You're doing great. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here you go. Robert Swanson. No, Robert? Okay. Kathleen Tuck. I didn't see her. Okay. Jasmine Vanderventer. Okay. We're just flying through. Philip Wick. Yay. Phil. Thank you, sir. There we go.
Thank you for your work.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Jimmy Whistler.
Amy, great job. Great job.
Thank you for that. That was so nice. And then Miss Cheryl Whistler, yay. I made it.
Thank
You. Thank you. Debbie Yeager. Yay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Jay Yeager. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, do you want to say anything?
before our council president comes up, I just want to say, you know what, as the people here can tell, I think there's some new relationships that have been formed. It's wonderful to get to spend time together, and I think you guys got to know each other better than I got to know you, but thank you so much for participating. What a fun time, and what a great group. So, hey, you guys are number one, right? Yeah, there we go.
I just wanted to acknowledge Amy again from the council perspective. She has worked tirelessly for this Citizens Academy, and I'm pretty sure that her salary has gone to about 35 cents an hour. So she puts in a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I just want to give her one more big round of applause for that. So.
Okay, and so if you are, that concludes our graduation. So if you would like to give up your seat to somebody else, I'm sure they would love that. And we don't have the next date yet for our next Citizens Academy, but we do have a wait list for those that are interested. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Now the fun begins. Yep.
You're getting some on-the-job training
For what?
for your law degree.
Yeah. Well, and we did a development in South Ada County, an RV park, and we had to go through the whole judicial review process. And we just after 8 months, finished it last week. So we're good to
Is this
build.
for class or for?
No, I'm a partner on that one.
When I was a senior in high school, I got a job working for an.
I don't have any.
Even have the Jacobs.
He went to the restroom. What? No, thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's funny, I was thinking earlier today. You're amazing. Thank you.
I know. Alcohol.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started again. So I would like to say as we get started, if there's anyone here for our first public hearing, we are going to be considerably late starting our first public hearing tonight. So Rodney, I don't know how many people are here for that or if they're in the room, but if not, we definitely are going to be late. We're going to get through new business item 1 and 2 before we step into our public hearings this evening. So I think somebody probably leaned on the lights. That's okay. It's all right. It's not an emergency. It's just that somebody's leaning on the lights. Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. Okay, so we do not have any agency or commission reports this evening, and our staff communication, our Public Works staff communication is included in the packet, so we are not going to have an in-person communication, but council, please, I'm sure you've already had a chance to read it. We're going to move to 7.1 on the agenda. This is an action item. It is new business, and it is appeal of Planning and Zoning Director's revocation of a February 2023 conditional use permit for concrete batching and mixing for Sunrock Corporation in a light industrial zoning district at 39 North Pickard Lane for Sunrock Corporation. As we get started, I just want to make a real quick comment to those in the audience. Thank you for keeping maybe your signs down. This is not a public hearing. There is no testimony. And I'm going to ask you, no applause, no comments. Keep any noise, sounds to yourselves, please, tonight. We would greatly appreciate it. And I'm going to ask that there are no hand gestures tonight, too. So this is just a hearing that is just a very straightforward action item this evening. I would like, before we get started, I would like to ask our legal counsel if there's anything I should have shared that I would have forgotten. Just push hard on it, and there you go.
Mayor and Council, probably just the procedure, how this should go. Madam Mayor, as you discussed, this is not a public hearing. It's really something to hear a matter that's of a very limited scope and purpose regarding this appeal. Procedurally, the appellant will come up first. They'll have 10 minutes to address the City Council. Thereafter, the Planning Director will have his 10 minutes, and then thereafter, 5-minute rebuttal for the applicant. That will be the procedure to be followed.
Thank you. So, Sunrock, you would have the first opportunity to share, and so as you come forward, which is our standard process, please state your name and address, and then you can go ahead and move forward with your presentation for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Good evening.
Council. My name is Craig Jensen. I'm with the law firm of Snell and Wilmer, and we're located at 15 West South Temple in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Let's pull that up. Could you turn, is the mic on? Okay, maybe it got turned off. Okay, is the green light on?
It's flashing red. Can you hear me now?
Oh, if it's flashing, that's a problem. Let's switch and give him a different mic. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
Is that working?
It's working.
Perfect.
Thank you.
No problem.
And do you mind restating your name and address just for the record?
No, of course. Yeah, thank you. My name is Craig Jensen. I'm with the law firm of Snell and Wilmer, and our office is located at 15 West South Temple in Salt Lake City, Utah. And here representing Sunrock Corporation, the appellant and property owner, project developer, and permit holder of this conditional use permit at issue. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak, and for the turnout and for the interest in this project. Of course, we appreciate the opportunity to respond to the letter that the planning director issued, the revocation letter that's been referenced and that we're here to talk about. I think to start off with, simply to acknowledge the basis under which the revocation letter was issued is citing to an international building code provision that was the basis for the revocation. Our position is that the position of the revocation letter really confines itself to that single provision, where the code, the Nampa City Code, the International Building Code, needs to be considered as a whole and needs to be considered in its entirety, because that, for one thing, is this is the conditional use permit at issue. The condition that the planning director, the revocation letter mentions was not in compliance was the first one, stating that the applicant owner shall comply with all city codes, policies, and standards in place at the time of property development and redevelopment. stating that because the demolition work, the site work that was completed last summer, that a demolition permit was not issued in conjunction with that, prior to that, this condition was not met, and therefore the revocation was proper. However, the condition of approval states that we're looking at the entire city code and the entire international building code. And what we've shown, what we see in the code is that the code accommodates, contemplates, and allows for the issuance of a building permit, a demolition permit in this case, after the fact. And that is in fact what happened when Sunrock applied for a building permit, a demolition permit after the fact, after it came to the knowledge that its contractor had not obtained the demolition permit in conjunction with its work. It applied for the permit, obtained the permit, and this is going back to some of the work that was done. This is in the materials, but these are pictures of the work that was done. And this is a screenshot of the permit that was issued. You can see there that the permit was applied for December 5th, 2023. And then it went through the process. The process was managed by the building official. The building official issued a certificate of completion. The certificate of completion, and we can see by the highlighted language there, that the work that was performed in the summer of 2023 was completed in compliance with the applicable laws and ordinances of the city of Nampa, and a certificate of completion was issued. Now, what was that work? That work was, this is an old farm property, so there were old steel buildings, old masonry buildings, things to be, site cleanup to be done, and demolition to be done, and that's in fact what happened with the demolition work that took place. Now, going back briefly to the issuance of the conditional use permit back approximately a year ago, I think it's important to note that, at that point, that the issuance of that conditional use permit created an important property interest, important property right, and important entitlement and expectation for Sunrock to be able to move forward and build its concrete batch plant, use and operate the property as a concrete batch plant, as was permitted by the Planning and Zoning Commission's action when it issued the conditional use permit. Now, also important are the conditions issued in conjunction with that conditional use permit, and we have those conditions in writing, and they were determined at the time by the Planning and Zoning Commission that those were the conditions in place that would protect the community, that would allow Sunrock to realize its important investments and move forward with this important project to provide an important service and supply of concrete, ready-mix concrete to the community, in particular here in Nampa. Now, there were several other steps taken after the issuance of that by Sunrock. Sunrock relied on the conditional use permit, invested a significant amount of time, effort, and funds into this project because it's important. It's an important project and an important investment. Sunrock applied for and ultimately obtained the air quality permit that was required by the conditional use permit from the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. They applied for and obtained the FAA determination of no hazard in conjunction, again, with another condition of the CUP. They completed civil and utility engineering. Importantly, they closed on the property, something they would not have done without the conditional use permit and the other permits in place. To the tune of millions of dollars. Sunrock has placed the order for the concrete batch plant itself. And of course, we're here to talk about the alteration and demolition of the property at the end of August 2023. And I've cited to the certificate of completion, and what the point I'd like to make when I say we need to look at the code as a whole, we look at the provisions of Nampa City Code, the building code, we look at the provisions of the International Building Code, and these are the ones that I've cited to that specifically allow for the issuance of a permit or work commencing before the permit issuance, and the issuance of the permit, the demolition permit, after the fact. Both in Nampa City Code, in those references above, and in the International Building Code below, it's allowed. There are certain extra steps that may need to take place, extra inspections that need to take place, perhaps even additional fees that need to be paid. But there's no prohibition or prevention of the building official from issuing a permit after the fact. And that, of course, is as we've shown, exactly what happened. The permit was issued and stated in compliance with Nampa City Code, in compliance with International Building Code, which the Nampa has adopted, and allowing and confirming that work was in compliance there. Now, I think we assert and maintain on that basis that the revocation was wrong. It was too confined to a singular code provision and wasn't taking into account the entire code. And when we pull back and look at it from a larger view, the revocation under these circumstances it really doesn't match up with what has taken place. We started with the city's issuance of a conditional use permit, Sunrock's reliance and actions on that conditional use permit, starting the demolition work. The city building official issues a demolition permit for the work and certifies that the work is complete under the code. And then we're faced with the situation, a disconnect, where the city planning director in the revocation letter is asserting that there's a non-compliance, even though the building official who's authorized to make that determination of compliance with the building code is saying it is a compliance. And that's, in essence, why we're here tonight, to resolve that disconnect, to ask the council to recognize that in order to comply with the code, in order for the city to comply with the code, is to recognize Sunrock's compliance with the code at every step, every stage of this process. Otherwise, it's illogical. It's a little bit it's illogical because of that disconnect. That's what we present. That every step of the way, Sunrock has complied with the conditional use permit, has complied with the city code, as verified by the city's building official, and it's, I think in allowing, looking at this from a perspective, I think it's a misunderstanding. I think it is something that can be resolved and ought to be resolved tonight through the confirmation of the conditional use permit, acknowledging that it's in place, that it remains in effect, that allows Sunrock again to proceed with this important investment and it's important and become and continue to be an important member of this community upon which this community is and can be built. And that's what Sunrock's seeking, and that's certainly what we're seeking. I see my time is limited. Just to touch on, to mention also that there's a process under which the revocation, the revocation letter was issued. We think that process is or particularly may be flawed, in that there was no notice, there was no opportunity, there was no recognition of the remedy, if we call it that, the remedy of obtaining the issuance of the demolition permit, obtaining the certificate of completion, and therefore that process was flawed as well. But to reiterate, we are glad to be here. We've Sunrock has put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and wants to be a good partner, a good member of the community, and that's what we seek tonight, is to move forward with that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, time.
Mr. Jensen, thank you so much. As you're aware, you will have an opportunity to provide some closing comments after the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rodney. Pardon?
Questions?
Do we want to do questions now or at the very, very end? Okay, so do you have a question? Thank you. Yes. Okay, Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I appreciate your testimony before us this evening. The only question I have is your demolition contractor, did he attain an EPA permit prior to doing that demolition work last summer?
An EPA permit, that I'm not aware of. We would have to follow up on that question.
Okay. So my other question was the date of that. So if you can't answer that question this evening, then that's my questions for now.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Bills, no? Okay. Thank you so much.
Good Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. As has been stated, this is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Director's revocation of the February 2023 conditional use permit for the concrete batching and mixing for Sunrock Corporation at 39 North Picard Lane. And the decision essentially is, did I follow the code in revoking this conditional use permit? So I'd like to give a little bit of history first. September of 2019, the property was annexed and zoned to IL, light industrial. February 14th of 2023, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to approve a conditional use permit for concrete batching and mixing. In March of 2023, the applicant applied for a DEQ permit for air quality. On September 2nd, 2023, the expiration date of the CUP is the expiration date of the CUP if the criteria in Nampa City Code 102511 is not met. And so what is that language? Unless actual construction or alteration or authorized activities have commenced. In October of 2023, DEQ issued the Sunrock permit for air quality. November 15th, Sunrock requested a pre-application meeting with staff. And in that formal pre-application, they turn that in online. We sit and meet with them and talk about what they are wanting to do. In this, they stated that they wanted to review the design progress with Nampa City to receive relevant input. And in the staff notes for that meeting, we note that the conditional use permit appears to have expired. And staff asked Sunrock for records of any permits that were pulled to confirm that the CUP did not expire. So that would include a demolition permit. Following the November 15th meeting, staff confirmed that no demolition permit had been issued or applied for prior to removal of one, a steel quonset or steel and concrete building, a steel shelter, steel and concrete, a CMU structure, concrete block and concrete, a central shed, wood frame, and south shed, wood frame. This is the section of code that gives the authority for revocations when a violation has occurred, and we'll refer back to this in just a minute. And then as part of the approval of the conditional use permit, these are the conditions that were placed on the approval. The first one is the relevant one. Applicant owner shall comply with all city codes, policies, and standards in place at the time of property development, redevelopment. Just as a reminder, conditional use permits are a little more sensitive than just permitted uses, and so we have additional opportunity to put conditions on it to prevent negative impacts to the area around it. This is one of those that we placed on this conditional use permit. Okay, so Nampa City Council has adopted the 2018 International Building Code, and as has been stated by the applicant, this is the section 105.1. It requires that any alteration, repair, moving, or demolition of a building or structure shall first make application to the building official and obtain the required permit. A demolition permit outlines the specific work to be done in order to help building officials and the applicants determine if additional permits for electrical, plumbing, or other permits are required, and to ensure the process is conducted safely. So because the applicant did not pull a permit, we were unable to determine if the process even was a safe process, and that they went through all the requirements of city. June to August of 2023, alteration to the property, including cleaning the site, removing materials from site, and removal of steel building package, That was an email submitted by Sunrock. And the failure to secure a demolition permit prior to work done on the property was a violation of prescribed conditions of approval, and the CUP was revoked. Again, the demolition permit, the building department is responsible to ensure that that's safely been done, that electrical, that plumbing, that gas are capped off appropriately. And so they still need to go through that process to ensure that it be inspected and make sure there's no hazard on the property at this point. However, the process had not been followed to this point. So again, this is the authority given to me to revoke the CUP. I've reviewed the applicant's arguments, and I disagree with the basis for their arguments. Primarily, they focus on paragraph 2 to argue that a process must be followed prior to revocation. Paragraph 2 relates to an investigation of a complaint. The relevant paragraph for our discussion today is the first paragraph, giving discretionary authority to the planning director to revoke a CUP based on several types of violations. In the exercise of my discretion, and after considering all the facts, I chose to revoke the conditional use permit because of a violation of a prescribed condition of approval. Even if paragraph 2 were applicable, I still disagree that the process taken was inconsistent with this language and argue that there is no way to remedy the violation that occurred. Ultimately, if paragraph 2 were applicable, it takes away my discretion when a complaint is issued. And if non-compliance existed, states that I shall revoke the CUP. Staff feels there is no factual evidence to support the applicant's claim that the city did not follow the revocation process outlined in City Code, nor do the facts support their claim that a violation of the U.S. Constitution or state law has occurred. This process was followed carefully and under the counsel of our city attorney. And I would stand for questions.
Rodney, thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Sorry, I wasn't going to ask more than one. But can you speak to a stormwater pollution prevention plan? Was one on file?
I would defer to the building department because they handle that during demolition, but if the demolition was done without any permits, I would guess that that wasn't done.
Okay.
Is that correct, Jeff? That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rodney. Yep. So this is an opportunity for Mr. Jensen to come back, and I think you have 5 minutes for some closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much again, Council, and thank you, Mr. Ashby. That's helpful to have further understanding and insight from the from those comments. I think a few things. Obviously, there's some disagreement on the process, but a few comments. I think that the process. I think so. Sunrock agrees that the process of demolition, that the building code is there for a reason, that the provisions of the building code and the process is there to be done safely and appropriately, and that's what the building, in large part, the building code provides for. Again, when we look at the building code, we need to look at the entire building code, and the entire building code has provisions for work starting without a permit, as in this case, and so I think the position that and again, solely honing in on the 105.1 of the International Building Code, it ignores those other provisions that I've cited and pointed to in the International Building Code and in the Nampa City Code that contemplate this situation, and that the other point that I think is ignored are the actions of the building department in issuing the demolition permit and in the certificate of completion related to the work. The inspections had to take place in order for that certificate to issue. The building official had to look at the work completed, had to look at the process that was done in order to determine whether any additional permits were needed or required. None because the certificate issued. And so I think it's important. It's very important to keep those things in mind. few comments related to the ordinance that is cited in the revocation letter that Mr. Ashby referenced in his testimony. I think, again, it needs to be read as a whole. It's not, from our perspective, it's not entirely clear, which maybe lends itself to some misunderstanding or some disagreement or difference of viewpoint. But if we look at the language of it, the first paragraph ties in and relates and works with the second paragraph. And I think it's important here to note that code provision, that ordinance has changed in the past couple of years. It changed in 2022. Before, there was a clear process outlined under which an alleged noncompliance with a condition of a conditional use permit was referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the body that issues the conditional use permit, for a hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission whether or not to take the action to revoke that conditional use permit. That process was followed up by a clear reference to the potential for an appeal to the City Council, to this body. Now, we're missing those in the revised ordinance, and we're left grasping a little bit at the process, but I think comparing those gives some insight because now we are left with the who, and that is the planning director, who has the authority to revoke a conditional use permit. But there needs to be a process. The city code, the state code, the federal law requires a process, an opportunity, a notice, an opportunity to be heard, and in this case, there is specific opportunity to remedy any alleged noncompliance. And those are in place from our viewpoint to protect important rights, to protect important due process rights, to protect against potential violations of the takings clause, among other things. But that process under the current code provision needs to be observed, and from our perspective was not. Nonetheless, stepping aside from that, again, we've shown that there is compliance. There is compliance with the code. There's compliance with the building code. There's compliance with the conditional use permit under the city's actions, the city building officials' actions, under the code language itself, and that's where it's good to go back to Sunrock's interests and its importance to the company, to the business, to a property owner is what we ask the council to do tonight, is to take that corrective action to bring us back to bring the city back within the code, to avoid any further violations or potential violations of the code, and allow the project to move forward under those conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission has determined will provide a great project and a project that's within the Planning and Zoning Code. So, thank you.
Madam Mayor? I'd like to make a motion. I move to uphold the Planning and Zoning Director's decision to revoke the CUP 00303-2022 for Sunrock Corporation.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And if somebody could just verify that 00303-2022 for me, that'd be great.
Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to uphold the revocation of the license as stated. Any further discussion?
Comment?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm bothered by the applicant's or the appellant's comment there that we didn't follow the code and that we need to provide a reason. And what goes through my mind is any builder could start his project. Under that logic, any builder could start his project and then wait to be told, hey, you got to apply for a permit, and that he could continue on his project and then eventually demand that the building permit the certificate of occupancy be issued. And then to say that the city hasn't outlined, so it seems the code was in place before their application was made. It seems like the city has followed through. I would encourage council to support the motion.
Thank you. Okay, see no further comment, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes?
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So that concludes 7-1 on our agenda this evening. And so a quick question, is Kirk Carpenter here? Is fire here this evening for our second agenda item? I'm looking for Kirk Carpenter. I don't know if there's room. Kirk Carpenter is over there? Okay, thank you. Okay, he is here, thank you. We will pause for just a moment while the room changes, and then we'll pick up with our next item. That's probably true.
Kirk's right there.
So let's go ahead and move to the next item on the agenda so that we can get our public hearing started. We're going to move to item 7.2 on the agenda.
Everybody's gone.
This is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a record of survey for 300 Railroad, the fire training center. And so, Chief Carpenter, go ahead and come forward. I think we might have a question or two for you as we move forward with this particular item. So, thank you. Hi. Okay, so are there any questions? Did we have any questions? Thank you. Councilman Bills.
Chief Carpenter.
There you go.
So Chief, in the letter provided to us in the packet, your notation that part of this whole reason to get a survey done was to eliminate the property lines that are existing so that you could commence with building a building.
Yeah, we would like to move forward with the planning of a building for storage for fire engines and apparatus, if possible, but there would be no way currently as the lot lines sit to do that and follow the city's policy.
Okay, so if we approved going ahead and recording that survey with a condition that it doesn't imply any approval for a building or...
Yeah, we would have to go through the process of getting permission. As you know, that's the city's property. So we did tear down a building last year, which provided us the space for a possible solution for storage. So then we would go through the process of requesting permission and then construction of the building.
Okay, I was concerned about that doing the survey and recording that would imply that there's already an agreement to put up a building.
Yep, no agreement yet. We do have bids to show, but we haven't started a process through the council would have to approve a building being put onto that property.
Okay, I appreciate the acknowledgement.
Yep.
So,
yes.
all right.
Thank you. I wanted you to hear it from him just to make sure that it's right. There's no confirmation that a building will be able to be built.
Nope.
But the lot line adjustments need to get done.
Yeah, as with anything that would go into that space, right, we would have to have agreements that, number one, the city agrees to putting that on the property, and then number two, that the fire department's going to take ownership of maintenance and all of the costs that would come with any type of building there.
Okay. Are there any other questions before we move into a motion on this particular item? See none, is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to authorize mayor to sign the record of survey for 300 Railroad Fire Training Center.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Kirk.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so we are going to switch now to our public hearings. And we are going to begin with 8.1 on the agenda, and it looks like everybody got resituated. I want to apologize for being so late this evening. Thank you for your patience, because obviously we're starting 30 minutes late for our public hearings, but thank you. So 8.1 is an action item. This is a conditional use permit to construct and operate a public storage facility in a community business zoning district and a variance of Nampa Code 10-1-16A1C requiring a minimum distance of 100 feet from single-family residential zoning district in order to construct and operate a public storage facility on 4.27 acres located at 0 East Railroad Street. This is for Andrew Newell and Blaine Warmer, Civil Engineering, representing Landmark Pacific Development. So is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. I think you're used to the routine. Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Blaine Warmer, Warmer Engineering, representing the applicant. Our office is located at 4355 West Emerald Street in Boise. Before I get started on the introduction to the project, I would like to point out that we aren't asking for any variance. That's been struck based on our redesign. Last time we were here before you, we asked for a continuance so that we could go and try to get a redesign so that we wouldn't need a variance or the three that we were asking for originally. So.
And thank you, because it is written here and I see it there. So thank you. I just didn't read the newly submitted one. Thank you.
Okay, the project before you this evening is a conditional use permit request for the Reflections Edge mini storage. The property subject to the request includes 3.7 acres located at the southwest corner of Happy Valley Road and realigned Railroad Street. The property is part of the Reflections Edge preliminary plat that was approved by the City Council on April 18th, 2022. The comprehensive plan land use designation is residential mixed use, and the zoning is BC, community business. The mini storage consists of 247 storage units ranging in size from 5 by 10s to 10 by 30s and a rental office. The city code allowing a mini storage facility requires that 25% of the area of the site must include other uses other than public storage. The project before you exceeds this requirement by providing 4 flex space type buildings along the frontage of Railroad Street and the reservation of a future city well site located at the southerly tip of the property. The inclusion of the flex space buildings also provides the code required buffering between the mini storage and the residential zoning district north of the project. It was that buffering and that distance, that issue, requesting or requiring the variance request. So we've mitigated that by adding the additional or the other use, if you will, that the code requires and at the same time providing the buffer. Public utilities, including sewer, water, and pressure irrigation, are all available to the site through existing facilities and the continuation of the development of Reflections Edge subdivision. Stormwater generated on site will be retained and treated through the use of stormwater ponds and seepage beds. The proposed project is supported by the comprehensive plan and is in compliance with the zoning. The mini storage addresses a critical need as new homes in the Reflections Edge subdivision and the Chisholm subdivision are constructed in the immediate vicinity of the project. The flex space will provide light industrial and/or commercial opportunities for the future residents as well. And the extensive landscaping planned within the setbacks along the street frontages of Railroad Street and Happy Valley Road will assure an aesthetic cohesion with the residential development. We've reviewed the conditions of approval with our client, and we concur with all the findings and the conditions of approval. And we're just here to answer any questions that the council may have.
Council, do you have any questions? I think the only question I would have is, do you have a rendering of what the storage units might look like applying our current design standards?
I don't believe we do, only because one of the conditions of approval is that we do have to go through design review.
Correct.
So we will, of course, address all those issues when we go through that process.
And you are aware of the design standards. We recently had
Yes.
changed them.
Yes.
So to
Yes.
make storage units look better.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and that's where your setbacks came into play, and the increased buffering landscapes from 15 to 25 feet, and,
And the exterior material.
oh, yes, definitely the exterior. I read through those myself, and they're quite extensive, but we will meet them.
Thank you. Any other questions? As Rodney smiles. Okay, if there are no other questions, as you know, we'll move to Rodney, then we'll do public hearing, then we'll let you give some closing comments. And I have to say, I'm just going to say, so you don't wonder why I'm saying Rodney smiles, because you may very well know I'm the one that really feels like I've been pausing on storage units, but more than anything, it's what they look like. So that's why. It's nothing personal. It's just that
Right.
I'm the one that really, those design standards are important.
Well, and the city adopted the 2,500 feet between them, but they are still a needed.
Yeah.
They're a need. They're a need in the community for sure.
They just need to look nice.
I will agree with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. I never thought I'd say that a CUP for storage containers would be my easiest presentation of the night, but I think it might be. Less stress, at least. So yeah, as you can see there, I removed the portions that were related to the variance requests, and the number that was just given was 247. I counted those, and I must have missed one, so it sounds like it's 247 instead of 246. Again, that's just on our concept, so that's not necessarily going to derail this. And the staff recommendations, it's based on looking at the comp plan and the code and what they've presented and what they've agreed to, it seems to meet all those conditions for the conditional use permit, the criteria. And we'll go through those in just a minute more. Comprehensive plan, future land use is residential mixed use. I think I must have overlapped some pictures. It should be showing the residential mixed use, but the zoning is BC, and the BC is just essentially right on the location where the boundary is shown. To the north is residential. Christy, would you mind just moving that that picture of the aerial? Yeah, just there it is. It's hidden. There you go. So the RS4 to the north, and the IL for the residential or the railroad to the south. Yeah, there's the comp plan, the residential mixed use. Thank you, Christy. That's great. Here's a site layout, and you can see why I probably missed the one. I was counting little boxes. So the properties on the northern side there are the ones that they've revised. They've added these commercial buildings that front Railroad Street. Remember that the Railroad Street that used to run all the way down to the corner, the bottom right-hand corner, is being rerouted, so it'll go along the top of this diagram right here. You can see it at the very top of the screen. Okay, so there's all kinds of language in code that we have done. We've done a major rewrite of our code for storage containers or storage units. And this is just the first section. I don't think we necessarily have to go into all the details, but I'd like to highlight just a few things. We've addressed setbacks away from residential. We've ensured that there's more landscaping in place, and I can touch on that in just a second. I think it's on this one. Setback from residential, buffer from other storage units. It says more than 2,500 feet from another storage unit. appearance. So I thought this is probably one that we could look at in detail, since this is really our first storage unit project since we made all these changes with all of the upgrades to design. So any portion of building wall visible from a public street and longer than 100 feet shall include facade changes such as bases, fenestration, offsets, and wall plane jogs. So we're going to be looking at that. And since this goes to design review, they will look at that carefully to say, okay, if you're just putting one little jog at the very end of the wall, that's probably not going to cut it before the design review committee. External building materials on walls visible from a public street shall be limited to masonry. So it can't just be metal, overhead doors may be metal, but the buildings themselves that are facing the street will be either masonry or glazing. It could be glass or EIFS, I think is that right? Thank you. Then next one, exterior finished materials shall be non-reflective and shall include use of at least 3 colors and 3 material textures or 3 different materials. Again, just trying to create some diversity. When you look at this building, you're not going to see this big wall of one color, one material. Any roof-mounted vents shall be painted to match the color of the roof. Exterior paint color shall be earth tone with no white, black, or reflective fluorescent coloring allowed. In addition, the foregoing storage facility offices shall have at least 25% glazing on their primary facade. And then public storage facility properties that are contiguous to RS or RD zoning districts, which this one is in some locations, or that are located in BN or RP zoning district shall limit the height of the storage buildings to 10 feet at the edge of eaves. And then this is design layout. I'm not going to go through all of the details here, but there are a lot of details about the design of the site. The last one there is that the landscaping buffer shall be increased from 15 to 25 feet. So just more landscaping when it's fronting a street or a residential area. And I can go through all of these if you would like, but
Rodney, I have a quick question for you. Can you go back to limiting the height?
Yeah.
That is 10.116B7. Mine says 15 feet that I printed off today.
I think this is a mistake because I think we went back in. Is that correct, Christy? We changed it to 15 because it was impossible for us to. Yeah, I think this must be
an old one.
A mistake. Yeah.
Okay. Because the current code that I just pulled off today.
It should be 15.
Is 15.
Yeah, I thought of that when I went through this just now, and yeah, so that is my fault. I should have caught that.
Thank you. You can keep going.
Okay. So lighting, signage, we have rules about that. No audible alarms except those that are controlled in decibel level so as to not exceed industry standards. So we're going to watch that. If it's near a residential, we don't want those loud noises or alarms going off. Okay, so then we're into just your typical conditional use and what it's meant for, to provide additional conditions. It's kind of an assumed permitted use as long as you can mitigate the concerns. So you can add all kinds of conditions to conditional use permits to mitigate the valid concerns for the property. Did you have a question?
I do have a question. I'm sorry. Fencing. Yeah. I was just looking through here to find out what fencing is allowable. Not knowing what the design plan is, but maybe I missed it. And maybe if you would.
On that screen. If you give us a minute, maybe Christy, you can help me.
Mayor, thank you. So fencing is kind of interesting because the length of those buildings, sometimes they're able to use the building itself as the perimeter material. So if they're using the building, then we go by these standards. If they're using a fence to screen the buildings, then the fence itself is addressed in 1034, which will have to have the two materials, and it will have to go through design review.
Could you say that again? So the code again is 10 what?
1034.
1030? 34A, and then you said?
They have to have two materials, so something like wrought iron and wood panels, or masonry and wrought iron, or something like that. They have to have a decorative fence if that's what they're going to use to screen the buildings. But they are allowed to use the buildings as the fence, technically.
Okay.
Mayor Kling.
Thanks, Christie.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Back to your question as far as on eave heights, being 15, that is just, is that the perimeter buildings?
That's
you keep
all
flying
of
past
them.
it. Pardon?
15 feet is all of them.
Well, that can't be the case. If you look at 10-1-16.C2.
I'm sorry, where are we at? Oh, is
Okay.
10-116B7?
B7.
C2,
And then C2.
next page,
Oh,
talks about RV and boat coverage being 19 feet.
yeah, you're right. Since this is our first one, we're working through this. So let's see, B7 says, or RP zoning district shall limit the height of storage buildings to 10 feet at the edge of eaves.
Which is actually 15 feet at the edge of
Yeah,
each.
15 feet, correct.
These are
Oh, these are contiguous to RS, that's right. So contiguous to RS.
Okay, so when we're talking about eave heights, we're not talking about parapet heights.
Correct.
An eave is actually the roof structure that spans across to
That's
cover the
correct.
vehicle or whatever. So the articulation of the parapets can still be above the 15-foot in this case, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. That was the question I wanted to ask, but then again, I was concerned about, until I saw it, that there is a provision for RV storage being
Yeah.
at 19 feet.
Right, and I remember that now as we talk through this. Yeah, that was really specific. We had a whole bunch of diagrams of how high those RVs can get, and it was pretty high. We were surprised how high, and so that's why we put that.
Well, normally 16 feet would be the clearance that you'd need to maintain a
Yeah.
minimum of. And you're allowing 19 minus 1 foot 6 inches for the fascia, so that still gets you above that 16-foot clearance.
Exactly.
Rodney, could you remind me as we're talking about this, are these enclosed storage units or are there some outside RV
It
bays?
appeared to be enclosed, but that's probably a question for the applicant.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we talked about conditional use permits. These are just your standard criteria for conditional use permits that they have to meet. The BC zoning, what its intended uses are, the landscaping. Parking required is 1 per 300 square feet of usable used net floor area. Okay. Oh, and then there's the reference to design review that it'll have to go through. And what we said in code is that the design review committee will look at 10-116 in its entirety to review all of those conditions, to ensure that it meets the intent that was originally talked about. Okay, so correspondence, we received quite a few comments from engineering, but I've just listed their conditions here, not all their comments. And then building department standard comments. Nampa Fire District also gave quite a few comments. These are all of them. And this will be handled during the permitting stage and through design review. I think I've mostly covered the rest of this, unless you want me to address anything, but these are those 4 buildings that we had them, or that they chose to add to and withdraw the variance for the setback for residential. So the code says that said other uses, there's got to be 25% of the property dedicated to other uses besides storage containers. And they are definitely meeting that criteria, but then the code says, other uses shall be located between the public storage facilities and the public road onto which the property fronts. And I can see how this can be a little bit confusing. That language, where exactly does it go? Is it required that no storage containers front a roadway? We do have storage containers fronting Happy Valley here, but they have buffered the storage containers on Railroad Street. But I can see how they also could argue that our code doesn't say, it's more about where do you place that other storage, other than storage use. If we interpret it that way to say, where can I place my other use, then they're definitely in compliance with that. So I didn't want to interpret it that, but I think they've done quite a bit to bring this up to compliance after my first initial concerns were expressed. I think we've
I have
covered.
a question, Rodney.
Yeah.
Those 4 buildings, they're not conditioned storage buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're not.
Commercial.
Yeah, they're commercial flex space buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
And then these are the conditions of approval. I just piled them all in. And the last one is, I just added this one for our presentation today. I just wanted to be very clear that there's no exception to that 25-foot landscape buffer requirement that used to be 15. On a normal commercial business, they'd only have 15. In this case, we have 25. And here's the proposed findings, and then your potential motions. And I'd stand for questions.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
Rodney, can you go back to the item that speaks to the 10-foot versus 15-foot?
Yeah,
Which item was that?
I'll find it.
It's 7,
10 dash,
It's
B7.
there, 10-116B7.
so the conditions of approval, that should actually read 15-foot at the eaves.
It's actually, it just needs code. This is just code, it's not a condition. But you could clarify that in your motion if you
I
would
think
like.
it should be clarified,
Yeah.
whoever makes the motion.
Okay, Councilman Bills.
So Rodney, the landscape 25 feet, does that apply to the piece that is on Happy Valley?
Yeah, so you can read the code and it says a roadway or residential district. So it would.
So even though it's across the street from a substation, okay. Design reviewed is, it sounded like it was just the north portion of the project under design review, but is the rear against the railroad tracks also under design review?
So all of the storage container development is under design review. And again, they're just looking at 10-116, nothing else. They're not looking at your typical standards for a commercial building. They're looking at the storage unit language in 10-116. So all of these
So no
criteria
design
about
review.
appearance. Yeah.
So no design review for the commercial buildings?
Commercial buildings will be required to, was that your question? I'm sorry.
Well, I was just, what was your question? Was it design review for both commercial and for the storage?
So commercial is if it's over 5,000 square feet, and I don't know what the sizes of those are, but again, their design review standards still have to be followed. It's whether it goes to design review committee or not is over 5,000 square feet. So it's still, the standards are still in place, but whether it goes to committee or not is dependent on the size of the building.
Yeah, and I wasn't worried about that portion.
Okay.
I think that will be resolved. I'm just looking at the requirements that we're placing on the property, and I understand the code and everything, and then you get across the railroad tracks and somebody's put in their storage yard and other mixed use. And I don't know if that is under county or under city, but certainly no landscaping and certainly no nice fence, et cetera, but they're sure enjoying the use of the property.
However, well, we'll discuss later in our discussion phase.
So
I was going to discuss it, I won't. We'll come back.
Well, I just, I mean, I understand the concerns that have been raised and so forth, but it's just also that we have good clarity for the applicant as to what really has to be design review, what really has to be mitigated.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, let's move to public hearing, and then we'll come back and ask the applicant some of our questions. Yes.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up for this item.
Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item this evening? See no one, it's time for applicant to come back.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Blaine Woolmer, Woolmer Engineering. I took a few notes, so I'll kind of go through them, but if you still have questions, please. As far as the 247 versus 246 units, under that list of the units on our plan, below the sizes, we had a custom unit, just because there was kind of an interesting shape at the end of a building, so we called it a custom unit. So we didn't give dimensions. That's where we got the extra unit. The mini storage will only be visible from, the mini storage buildings themselves will only be visible from Happy Valley Road. And we did and we do intend to use the back of the buildings as the fencing, as what is permitted in the code. Of course, we're going to have to do the offsets of the buildings and treat it properly, of course. The reason we did that is because it's across the street from a Idaho Power substation, where we wanted to make sure that the other uses that the code requires, the flex space that we're proposing, was between the residential and the mini storage. So we think that will provide, the mini storage will basically be invisible from from Railroad Street and the residential. So we provide the buffer plus all the landscaping. So we think it'll look really nice. There are no RV spaces or RV storage buildings proposed. None of our buildings are wide enough to accommodate an RV, and we don't propose any outside storage. It's all enclosed. And then I just did a quick check of our square footage on our flex space buildings. They will meet the requirement that those will have to go to design review as well. So we'll do it all at once. So I think I hit everything, but if there was something I missed, please ask.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions? Okay, so you answered my questions, that it's all enclosed storage. The reason you're not doing fencing is because you're using the back of the building as that barrier.
On Happy Valley, yes.
On Happy Valley. And then obviously a question or a suggestion, no doors facing the street, but there aren't because it's the back of the building.
Correct.
A question that I did have was, why did you choose Happy Valley as the back of your storage unit rather than putting your commercial? But was that because of access?
No, that was because of your requirement in the code of we have
Of the
to be 100
residential.
feet. We have to be 100 feet not only from a residential building, we have to be 100 feet from the zoning district, and that residential zoning district starts at the center line of Railroad. So-
Even though there's no right there, it's a field and other stuff, and a railroad track.
Well,
On Railroad.
On realigned Railroad.
Realigned.
Realigned as we show it.
Realigned railroad,
Yes,
that's
railroad's
the
coming in,
key.
and it's going to come in as a perpendicular intersection with Happy Valley. And that, just north of that, is the
Residential.
Reflections Edge residential that KB's building right now.
Okay. Thank you. So, okay. Any other comments from council? So I am a real stickler, I have to say, for the building. If you don't mind me, I'm going to say something real quickly. Sorry, I interrupted. But the Happy Valley is a major, I know Streets calls it a arterial, right? Okay. So it is a major road for us. The image of our community gets noticed with these types of developments. And while I understand on the south side of the railroad track, there's a section of county property right there that is not becoming, right, it is what it is. But in my opinion, we don't use the lowest common denominator to set who we are. We set a standard for who we are. I think it's extremely important that that corridor is attractive. And so as I reviewed our code today. We do have good design standards in place today, different than they used to be. And so one thing that I do understand is on a conditional use permit, it is the time that we do have the opportunity to say we want to make sure that we adhere to that code.
Sure.
And so it's just important that it's attractive. And so the stone or the masonry with the various changes, because that's a long area. I don't know how many feet that is. Do you have any idea how many feet that is from the corner, that length of the back of that building?
Well, with a small drawing like this, I'll have to put the glasses back on, but
My guess, I think it's pretty,
496 feet, I think.
it's a long ways. So that's a lot of back of a building sitting right there on Happy Valley. And I just think it's important that it looks nice. So I understand that trees are required every 25 feet. There's a change in the dimension on the side, the back side of that building. It has to be a masonry building on that back side, correct?
Has to be masonry. There's a whole lot of other code requirements, how that gets treated, in addition to 25 feet of landscape setback as increased from 15. So I think it'll look pretty good.
So I'm not sure if you're handling it or staff, the vacation of Railroad?
Yes.
Is that part of this application?
It's a condition of
or is
approval
it
from engineering. We will have to vacate Railroad as it cuts through the southwesterly portion of this property. Yes, that'll be a part of the improvement plan package that we put together.
Okay, just wanted that clarification.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions for our applicant this evening? We're sure, because I am going to stand for a motion. I would like to ask, do you have any further comments before we close? You don't.
Just
Thank you.
appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council discussion, and what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'm a real stickler, like you, with these storage units. And actually, this has been a good one. This is a good job, so thank you for that. I'll be voting to approve this.
Any other comments?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the conditional use permit for Reflections Edge mini storage in the BC Zone District at 0E Railroad Street for Andrew Newell and Blaine Woolmer, civil engineering representing Landmark Pacific Development, Incorporated, CUP-00329-2023, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report, including point of clarity that 10-1-16B7 shall limit the height of the storage building to 15 feet at the edge of the eaves, and include the Nampa Engineering Division conditions and the Nampa Fire District conditions, and include all the new design review requirements in 10-1-16B that Mayor is so ever excited about.
I was thinking that. Good job.
Good job. You did it.
You did it.
It's a long one.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Wormer, make it look nice. Make us proud. Thank you.
A lot of business.
You got a lot of stuff in there.
Okay. Okay. The clerk was just telling me that we do have people signed up for the next public hearing, and we will step right into item 8.2 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is the annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 for 57.1 acres and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Lakeview subdivision at 12529 Midway Road and 0 Iowa Avenue. This is for Flex Space LLC, representing Karen Lee and Bob Lee Anderson. And is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. Thank you for giving us your name and address.
Members of the council, my name is Heath Clark. My address is 251 East Front Street in Boise, and I am representing the applicant. So we are here tonight to talk about the Lakeview neighborhood. And this is property that's located now in the city's area of impact and immediately adjacent to existing city limits. It is a unique location, to say the least. Lots of variety. You've got Carriage Hill West immediately to our east. We have a gravel pit on the north. And then we have Canyon County lots, residential lots on our west between our property and Lake Lowell. There's also 2 primary roads between our project and Lake Lowell, which are Iowa and Lake Avenues. The proposal is shown on your screen. We're proposing 155 units on 57 acres. The zoning would be RS 8.5. We have significant open space at 8.66 acres and a density on the very low end of medium density with 2.7 units per acre. Average lot size is 10,000 square feet. We have amenities including a dog park, park areas, playgrounds, and sport courts. The staff report is fairly clean from our perspective on the question of what services are available. Sewer and water are available at the site. There's sufficient sewer capacity. The TIS also suggested no concerns. We appreciated the staff report that was prepared by staff. We are in agreement with all of the current planning comments, and we're in agreement with the conditions of approval that are identified in the staff report. We're also in agreement with the planning and zoning recommendation, which recommended approval. The discussion largely focused on the fact that city utilities are available at the site. The P&Z discussion also looked at Lake Lowell and its contribution to the preservation, or this property's contribution to that preservation of Lake Lowell and that question. And based on all of that, the recommendation was an MDR designation. So a little bit of background on the comprehensive planning. The comprehensive plan in this area is currently ag. There is medium density residential immediately adjacent to the site on the east. That's the Carriage Hill subdivision. As you know, the city regularly, we call it stretches the comp plan designations. This is not a matter of a variance or a waiver or a special permission. This is something that the city does on a regular basis without a special application associated with it. And that emphasizes the fact that the comprehensive plan is a flexible document where we try to get to the right outcome. P&Z recommended the MDR stretch, and it's up to the council tonight to decide whether that MDR stretch makes sense. So why MDR? Given the current comp plan in effect on the date of our application, there are 2 options available. There's to retain the current designation or stretch the adjacent MDR. We think it's most appropriate to stretch MDR because we should be developing in areas where city utilities are present. Acre lots are not economical for city services. The property is not good ag land. In fact, it's very difficult to farm. There's no surface water. The soils are porous and it's isolated, making it hard to access for farming purposes, especially given the low number of acres at 55. Meanwhile, the property does not provide a buffer to Lake Lowell. Instead, it is separated from Lake Lowell by existing Canyon County residential lots. And it is not wildlife habitat. As noted, utilities are available at the site thanks to Carriage Hill. Sewer and water capacity is available. And those investments in utilities are consistent with the city's plans. As you look at the map here from the city's recent area of impact expansion, you can see that this property is where development is going, and there is existing development all around it. In fact, that's one of the reasons for the change in use. Our tenant farmers are having a hard time accessing a small, difficult-to-farm site. And this drawing drills into that area in more detail. You can see the MDR area just to our east, as well as the residential mixed use north and that straddles Midway. In the area around our site, there's a number of existing residential developments as well as the active gravel pit. So why do the stretch? Why is the stretch more appropriate? I think the way to look at that first is based on agricultural use versus agricultural densities. I don't think there's much debate about the use. The facts are pretty clear. The property's high ground. There's no surface irrigation. That means you have to rely on well water, making it very difficult to economically farm it. Particularly for this site, because the soils are porous and rocky, meaning that you've got to use a lot of water and a lot of fertilizer. Urban development all around, just like I said, so it's very difficult. It's becoming difficult to access the site. So agricultural densities. In this case, I think it's important to look at that in the context of this application. Ag is appropriate, according to the comp plan, in outlying areas where city services are typically unavailable. And of course, this is not an outlying area. City services are available to this site. This is not a septic and well situation. This is one where we'd be connecting to sewer and water, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan's emphasis on encouraging development where public utilities are available. So then we come to the impact on Lake Lowell. And there has to be a nuanced evaluation of this point. Of course, preserving Lake Lowell is an important goal, but it's not promoted by agricultural residential densities, easy for me to say, or the characteristics of this site. And I'm going very fast because it looks like I just got a minute left. So when we talk about preservation of Lake Lowell, we are separated from Lake Lowell by county lots, as well as Iowa Avenue and Lake Avenue. There is existing development on 3 sides, including our rock pit on the north. There are no riparian forests or wetlands. There's no valuable wildlife habitat. Now, as I try to wrap this up, I want to contrast this. So this is not a property that's a green peninsula that's jutting into Lake Lowell that has riparian forests and wetlands and wildlife habitat. This is high ground, it's dry, it's rocky, it's porous. And again, it is separated from Lake Lowell. I want to also emphasize one question that 1 acre lots, if we're going to assume that those are better at buffering, 1 acre lots also include fences. They include dogs and cats. They include all of the same issues, just at a different density. And it's also a poor planning outcome for 1 acre lots to be on city services. So I'll wrap up. I just have a couple slides left, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So I think the decision is pretty simple, and we can put it this way. The project should be considered in accordance with the law as it exists at the time of the application. And based on the law as it exists, there are 2 options for this property. Keep it in its current designation or stretch with the MDR. For all the reasons we've stated, we think that the stretch is appropriate, particularly given that city services are right here. If the current designation remains, then it isn't a foregone conclusion that there would be 1 acre lots. Under the code, cluster development is allowed in the ag areas. And given the existence of city services, cluster development would be appropriate. Under staff's direction, it appears that under a cluster development, you'd have 4,000 square foot minimum lots and a maximum density of 2.5 units per acre once you jump through all the hoops. Our proposal is 10,000 square foot average lots and 2.71 units per acre, which would mean that clustering would only save approximately 0.21 units per acre. It won't mean smaller parcel sizes, however, it would mean smaller parcel sizes because whenever you cluster, you preserve open space and then you reduce the individual parcels. And again, it would also begs the question of what are you clustering for? We would be clustering to preserve rocky farmland. I mean, that's kind of the rhetorical question there. So to wrap, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate your lenience. So there is no dispute with the staff on the current planning issues. We're in agreement with the conditions of approval that are in the staff report. And I do want to emphasize the existence of utilities at the site and just emphasize that the question before you is whether to stretch, given the property's proximity and to services, or to keep the current designation despite urban services being available. So with that, I will cede.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions at this time?
Mayor, I do really quick. Mr. Clark, can you tell us what study was done to support that claim that land is hard to farm?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jangla, no studies done. What we have done is we've spoken with the folks who own the property and their tenant farmers. And if you look in the staff report, there's a copy of my letter, and there's a one-page letter that indicates how difficult it's been to farm, that's probably not something that can go on in the future.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions at this time?
Mayor?
Yes.
So, assuming you did have a neighborhood meeting for the project, based off of the feedback that you received, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of it tonight, what have you done in this proposal to meet some of those needs and concerns of the neighbors.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin. So I believe there's 2 neighborhood meetings, correct? 3 neighborhood meetings. And one of the things that we focused on in terms of that was the density and the size of the lots. So the lots that are to our east at Carriage Hill that's an RS7 designation, meaning 7,000 square foot minimums. And we went to RS 8.5 so that we actually come up in size from there and are larger lots than those.
Any additional?
Anything? No, I think that's about it. Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you. Any other questions from council at this time? So as you're aware, you will come back after the public hearing, and we'll have another opportunity. You can answer questions you've heard, and we may have more. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. Tonight, they are asking for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 for the Lakeview subdivision at 12529 Midway Road. So a little bit of history on this area. This area of the city has recently undergone some significant changes that have caused amendments to the comprehensive plan and the area of city impact. So the city and county process started in February of 2023, and Nampa City Council approved an expansion of the area of city impact that currently has a recorded ordinance to support that. In July of 2023, Canyon County approved the same area of city impact expansion, and they are in the process of reading the ordinance. It still needs to take place with the Canyon County Commissioners. February 2024, after many conversations with the Canyon County Commissioners regarding the impact area and what the new designations should look like, a very low density residential designation was adopted for that area. So after Canyon County approves the expansion of the area of city impact, then we can put in place the very low density residential designation on that land.
Christy, could you pause right there? Could you tell me what a very low density residential designation would equate to? Is that about an RS 12, RS 18? What is very low residential?
Actually more of a RS 22 or even an RA, which is suburban residential in our zoning code, which is one dwelling unit per acre.
Okay, Rodney, is that what? So RS 22 would be more like what very low residential is. Okay, or RA,
Or
which is
RA.
okay.
Mayor, I think conversations we've had is just on low density.
Yes,
so
this is very low,
This
right?
is very low density.
Right, so RS 22 or RA? Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure. So then the impacts on this project based on those processes that have happened. In March of 2023, the project held a pre-application meeting with staff where we discussed the option for them to stretch the medium density residential onto this property. Our code states that you can do that one parcel deep. So it would end with this parcel. It couldn't go any further to the west with that stretch.
Christy, could I interrupt you and ask you another question?
Sure.
So I think I heard the applicant say that staff actually recommended this stretch. Would that be correct?
We always give them the option.
But is it a recommendation?
I don't recommend anything. I tell them what their options are and say, you can do this or you can do this.
Okay, thank you.
October of 2023, project submitted applications to the Planning and Zoning Department. The project is not currently in the area of city impact because it has not been adopted by Canyon County. It is in the improved area of expansion of the city impact area that will be adopted through the Canyon County process. The project has been located in the agricultural land use designation up to this point. The area where the project is located will be designated very low density residential upon receipt of the recorded resolution from Canyon County. Okay, so currently, this property is bordered on 3 sides by Canyon County zoned properties, all in the AG zoning district. There's a gravel pit to the north, there's farmland to the south, and there's large lot, single family to the west. On the east side is Carriage Hill subdivision. It is zoned RS7 across Midway. As far as traffic is concerned, there's quite a bit of traffic information on this. I can go through it if you'd like me to. I believe you've read your staff reports. It's fairly extensive, but it's good information. What would you like me to do?
Council, would you like her to go ahead and go into a little bit of detail on the traffic impact? It might be.
For the record?
For the record, I think it would be wise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. CR Engineering prepared a traffic impact study for the project dated August 14th, 2023. The TIS is currently under review by the Nampa Engineering Division, which has requested minor edits prior to final acceptance. It's not anticipated that the requested changes will affect the analysis or conclusions of the report. The development will be required to mitigate the project-triggered traffic impacts identified in the report. The TIS concluded that all the studied intersections meet the City of Nampa level of service standards under the 2023 existing traffic. 2027 background and total traffic and 2032 background and total traffic scenarios. Additionally, turn lanes were found to not be warranted at all studied intersections for all traffic scenarios. The Nampa Engineering Division may require striping a center lane at the West Capriana Drive and Midway Road intersection if it is found that there is sufficient space to accommodate that striping. The Midway Road and Lake Lowell Avenue intersections was found to have high crash rate during the 5-year period between 2017 and 2021. Canyon Highway District Number 4 converted the intersections to an all-way stop in 2020, and there have only been 2 reported crashes since that time. I'm sorry, there's something flying around in front of me. There were no documented fatality crashes during that period of the studied intersections during this period. Beyond any project-specific mitigation items, the project will be subject to standard traffic impact fees to the amount of $550,000. The public right-of-way will need to be dedicated to the city on Midway Road, so 40 feet from the section line on Midway Road, and Iowa Avenue 28 from section line. And it looks like they're requiring a 25-foot chamfer at the Iowa Avenue intersection, so that sounds to me like they might be planning for a roundabout. Iowa Avenue west of Midway currently is managed by Canyon Highway District, so they will need to look at the plan and approve of those construction drawings. The developer shall be required to construct frontage road improvements on Midway Road and Iowa Avenue. The proposed site accesses onto Midway Road and Iowa Avenue meet the city's access management policy. The bicycle and pedestrian master plan requires a 10-foot wide side path along Midway and a 10-foot wide side path along Iowa. The development is unable to sewer the entire development by gravity to the Capriana Drive sewer main due to site topography. The preliminary plat reflects the westerly 64 residential lots require a pump station to pump back to the gravity main. This pump station shall be privately owned and maintained by the HOA until such time that the Midway sewer trunk is extended and the pump station is decommissioned. The city's pressurized irrigation system is limited in this part of the city due to the variable gravity irrigation delivery by Boise-Kuna Irrigation District. The majority of the area is served by the City of Nampa Well 17. The city has a planned capital improvement project to construct a storage pond near the Stella's Point irrigation pump station to improve system performance and efficiency of water use. It may be necessary to complete this project in order to serve that entire development. Further analysis of that will need to be made to determine what needs to happen. So correspondence, you have received some correspondence before you this evening that was not included in the staff report. A summary of the concerns that we did receive include that it is adjacent to the wildlife refuge and they need to protect that per the city's comprehensive plan. Air and noise pollution, harassment of wildlife, increased traffic, increase in crime rates, overburdening public services, medium density does not match the comprehensive plan. Along with those, we received comments from Boise-Kuna Irrigation District requiring that there is no surface irrigation because it's on high ground. the building department with its standard Title IV regulations. The GIS division had some requirements for the street names. The Nampa Police Department recommends a commitment to fund .62 officers and .21 support staff. Fire Department states that this development is located approximately 2.6 miles from Fire Station Number 6 with an approximate response time of 7 minutes. It will contribute impact fees to the Nampa Fire District in the amount of $254,452. Nampa Highway District asks that we address the right-of-way, utilities, and city responsibility according to our maintenance agreement with them. And then the Nampa Long Range Planner states that the agricultural land is defined as open, large lot residential areas. Although the city policy is to allow the stretch of land use designations, in this case, higher density adjacent to the National Wildlife Refuge and near Lake Lowell, contrasts with the provisions, discussions, and goals in the comprehensive plan and the recent AOI expansion process envisioned for this location. Additionally, the development of a medium-density residential subdivision next to the wildlife refuge and near Lake Lowell creates an incompatibility concern. Canyon County also stated that they oppose the request as it is inconsistent with the information provided by the City of Nampa during the Area of City Impact Map Extension application and various workshops and conversations with the Board of Canyon County Commissioners in December of 2023. Engineering has also created a list of conditions and right-of-way improvements per the traffic impact study.
Could I have you pause real quickly before you go on? Sure. Going back to that, the irrigation. So I have a question on the irrigation. So obviously the city of Nampa has pressurized irrigation. We talked about a holding pond, but typically when we're bringing land into the city, there is a water right that goes with that we get to utilize. What kind of pressure is that going to put on our system when we're taking a large tract of ground that has no water rights that come with it?
Mayor, I believe in the staff report it talks about that they have some well water rights that they would be transferring to the city
on that property.
For that property to be served by.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, really quickly,
Yes.
Christy, question. Those impact fees for the fire district of the 200,000 plus that you just said, is that in addition to the 550,000 that they're paying?
That
Or
is
that
correct. It's in addition.
in addition to. Okay, thank you.
Okay, as far as staff analysis of this project, the comprehensive plan defines what compatibility residential areas and medium density residential designations should look like. While this property is designated as agriculture and proposes to stretch the medium density residential designation over it, this image shows a thick dark red line to the east that indicates our previous impact area. In February, Nampa City Council approved an area of impact expansion that is shown by the thick blue line on the map and encompasses this new area. During that approval process with Canyon County Commissioners, there were conversations regarding the agricultural designated land around Lake Lowell and how it should be managed, referring back to the comments made by the long-range planner for the city of Nampa and by the planner in Canyon County. This project, should it be approved, will be governed by Chapter 8, the RS zoning district. The proposed RS 8.5 district is a permitted zone under the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation of medium density residential. The homes built in this development will match the area in standard building construction with pitched roofs, garages, and yard areas with trees and landscaping and all structures that will meet the required setbacks. Surrounding properties contain single-family residential lots on large parcels to the west and south, and Carriage Hills zones RS7 to the east and a gravel pit to the north. According to 1032, which is our schedule of uses, RS 8.5 does allow for single-family residential uses on the property. It is governed by 10.8, 1027, and 1033, which is our subdivision code, our zoning code, and our landscaping code. Under those codes, you are not allowed to have smaller lots than 8,500 square feet. This smallest lot proposed in this entire subdivision is 8,505 square feet. They cannot be larger than 17,000 square feet, and the largest lot proposed is 16,956 square feet. The lot widths and lot depths meet code at 50 feet and 80 feet, respectively. The number of common lots equals 11, and the number of buildable residential lots equals 156, which creates a gross density of 2.71, which falls within that 2.51 to 8 dwelling units per acre in the MDR designation. They are required to have 15% open space. They have provided 15.15% of the gross project area. The project has nearby access to Lake Lowell, which will also include 2 dog parks provided in separate areas of the development, 4 park areas incorporated throughout, a centrally located playground, sports courts, and interconnected sidewalks and pathways. So when you are reviewing an annexation, you are required to review it based on 3 criteria. The first one, the property owner has consented to this application. The second one, the property is contiguous to the city limits on the east side. And the third one, the proposed annexation and map amendment can reasonably be assumed to be available for orderly development of the city because it is contiguous to the city limits. There are city utilities available to the property. A stretch of medium-density residential to this property is allowed by city policy, and it has provided a layout that would meet city code under that designation. However, based on the statements of the comprehensive plan regarding Lake Lowell and the National Wildlife Refuge, it is up to you to determine the impact of this development. For zoning purposes, there are also 3 criteria that need to be met. It proposes a zone that is compatible with the MDR designation. It proposes uses that are compatible with the surrounding uses, both across Midway and to the west. It is within the public interest and reasonably necessary because it has proposed a subdivision layout that complies with adopted city codes, has city services and utilities available to it, and it proposes a more functional and efficient use of the property than is currently available to the property owner and is compatible with surrounding uses. These are the recommended conditions of approval that are listed in your staff report, and these are the potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Council, do you have any questions at this time? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
So Christie, in the dialogue with the Canyon County Commission, their position as far as on the development of this property was large lots. Is that what I've heard stated?
That's correct.
And in their eyes, large lots are 1 acre lots.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
For clarity, I believe it was very low residential, is that correct? That could be an RS22, is that correct? Very low, or is it RA that is an acre lot? So
RA is the 1 per acre, and I believe that part of the conversation that we had with the county would be that we would go to that extent, would be the 1 per acre.
1 per acre versus very low residential. Is very low residential still okay? Just
It's RA, yeah. so
It's
the-
RA only. So we did not talk. And Rodney, go ahead.
Mayor, the thing that we need to understand is that there is a low-density residential designation on the comp plan to the southeast. And so my conversations in the past have been that's a potential for them to drag that comprehensive plan designation of low density onto this property. And then you have the full gamut of, you could stretch the medium density like they're proposing, or you could stretch the low density onto this parcel to get those densities like RS18 or RS12.
Okay, so those are actually, I'm sorry, and you've told me this, I just wanted to make sure I have it right. So those are low density, but our discussions with the county have been very low density.
That's correct.
Which is RA, which is an acre.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So is the very low density of 1 acre, is that the actual minimum lot size, or is that the average lot size?
Councilman Haverfield, in some recent code changes that we've made, RA used to be 33,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. It is now 1 acre.
So it has to be a minimum of 1 acre per lot, and then any other additional lots are above and beyond the 1 acre.
Correct.
So if we were to consider an RS22 as an example, it could get down to 22,000 square feet according to this table, with the maximum lot size being the 1 acre. So, I mean, there's room to play with it a little bit.
Except it would not be in keeping with our discussions with the county.
Right.
And that was the thing I was trying to remember. I know I've asked this several times, but I just wanted to make sure I had it right. So the county discussions were the acre. Low density, if we were stretching the low density, you could have stretched low density and done like an RS-22, but that's not what they're asking for. And the county discussion was RA. Okay.
Mayor,
Thank
may I just jump in there real quick? So the conversations with the county were not specific to this area, to this specific development at all. It was just generally, as we expanded our impact area out near the lake, that those areas that we had designated as ag on our planning maps would continue to be ag when we expanded that impact area. So this is a part of that, but we didn't talk specifically about this particular
Correct. But it was
development.
principally, we've had a lot of discussions, principally, correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yes.
Question maybe needed, Daniel, as far as, can we put the plat back up? And what would appreciate is there a way to guide us? Ideally, it'd be with a red line, but can you guide us which section requires the lift station, which section?
So if I'm remembering correctly, it is the back portion, the west portion that would need the lift station. Yeah, generally that area.
And so a deep line would come off Midway?
Ultimately, yes, the Midway trunk would come down and be able to pick that off.
But interior, it'd be a deep line that would be vacant, or are you pumping?
So this is preliminary plat discussions. We have not gone into final design. I would anticipate that as we do that design, we would determine how the lift station would be picked off in the future and where that needed to run to allow for that.
Okay, follow-up question is it seems acre lots that get approved in the county becomes a dispute over septic systems and irrigation, because irrigation can't use well water for more than a half acre. So it seems like trying to go 1 acre lots, I'm concerned about a conflict in what you see around in the county where you got a half acre to 3/4 of an acre that's just weeds and trash or storage. I'm trying to get an idea. Is that where we're headed here? If it's acre lots?
Mayor, Councilman Bills, 1 acre lots from a utilities perspective are challenging because they generally do not pencil for pulling city utilities through those for the amount of frontage they are per lot. So that is certainly difficult. From a city irrigation perspective, the larger lots, depending on how they are designed, can have a higher demand on the system, just because they tend to have larger zones. And so that could be something that could be addressed based on, a zone gallons per minute maximum, though I don't have something right off the top of my head. But that could certainly be, if this were approved and a condition placed on it, that could be something that we could work with the developer to come back with some limits that would help address that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned because there's no gravity irrigation, so therefore it's all well or all supplemental from other wells. And
So Mayor, Councilman Bills, we currently have a cross connection from well 17 over in Carriage Hills to the irrigation system that provides additional service to that area based on groundwater rights that we've received from Carriage Hills West and other places that are also high areas that did not have surface water rights as well. And so we would transfer the water right that this development provided the city to well 17 and supply from there.
So the smaller lots of density would be more efficient for the pressurized irrigation system, or yay, nay?
Once again, depending on how the 1 acre lots were developed and how much goes into lawn and the size of the zones for those irrigation systems, yes, it could be, or it could be a wash, or without having all those details, it could be better, it could be worse, it could be neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So on that topic, Daniel, so I get two versions here. One, 1 acre lots would be better for density. However, you're saying that it could cause some problems with irrigation, pressurized irrigation. And the second thing would be the smaller lots would be more efficient. However, you'd have to supply more demand. Now, in this whole thing here, in this whole subdivision, will the neighboring residences see a decline in their water because of this, either way we go?
I would not anticipate that happened, because currently the irrigation water they use comes from a well on the site. Were they to transfer that water right to the city, that would then be transferred to our existing well 17, and we would not use the well that is on the site. So I would not anticipate a drawdown of the aquifer or anything in that area based on that.
Okay, so do you have a study that says how much water will be used, 1 acre lots versus these lots?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Daniel, I have a quick question. Do you know how deep the well is on the property?
The well on the property? No, I do not. The applicant may know that, but I do not know how deep that well is currently.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a quick question for Christy. Christy, the higher the density that this property goes, how does that impact the farmer to the south, his ability, their ability here to farm that land?
Councilwoman Jangula, the state regulates that. They have right to farm laws in place, so there should not be any impact.
So the traffic or anything like that could contribute to the density of this property itself wouldn't make it harder for this farmer to farm with his equipment and things like that?
Well, every time we get behind a tractor, it's difficult.
That's fair. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Clarification?
Yes.
Whistles had their pumpkin patch on a portion of the property this past year. And so, but the further you go toward the lake, the more inefficient it is to farm. So it's a non-issue.
This piece to the south is hard to farm?
Yeah.
Does somebody currently farm this land, do we know?
Yeah, that's why I say Whistles farmed it.
Okay, council, do you have any further questions at this time? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and with great apologies, we're going to take a 5-minute break because I apologize, but we've been sitting since, so if you don't, we'll try to be quick, but we're going to take a 5-minute break before we step into public testimony. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're ready. Test, test, test. I think we're ready to get going again. Could I have everyone's attention, please? I don't know. Am I on? I am on. Thank you. Thank you for turning me up. Could I have your attention, please? Okay, we're going to get started again. And this is a public hearing, and I think we have approximately how many signed up?
Madam Mayor, we have 13 people signed up.
Okay, so just to keep it moving quickly, when you come forward, our city clerk keeps us right in line, and so she's going to ask people to be on deck. When you speak, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please come forward and state your name and your address, and then you'll have your 3 minutes to speak, and we'll just have you lined up so we don't have a time with people standing up and sitting down and all that stuff. So, okay, so our first person.
So, Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Linda Steele, and on deck is Al Gambetti and Belinda McBurney.
Thank you, and you guys can just be lined up right behind her. Number 2 and number 3. Thank you.
How did I get to be number 1? My name is Linda Steele, 1219 South Spring Valley Drive in Nampa. Madam Mayor and City Council members, the decision you make will affect generations for many, many, many years to come. You know that, no pressure here. The property in question, Lakeview subdivision, would be developed within 0.33 miles, a mere 1,750 feet from Lake Lowell, and would abut against the National Wildlife Refuge land. This is in conflict with Chapter 12 of the 2040 Nampa Comprehensive Plan that states in part, the city seeks to balance competing interests that include the desire to protect and preserve sensitive natural lands. County and city planners are opposed. Both Dan Lister and Doug Crutchfield wrote letters opposing the development because of the potential impact on the area. Dan Lister's letter stated, the approval of the request is inconsistent with Nampa's future land use map. Therefore, request for development as stated is premature and should wait until a plan is in place that the property can develop consistent with that designation. Doug Critchfield reinforces many points. Stretching the medium-density residential land use designation is not in the best interest of the community and also addresses incompatibility concerns with medium-density residential subdivision next to the National Wildlife Refuge and near Lake Lowell. Additionally, he notes that in recent negotiations between the city and Canyon County that the protection of Lake Lowell and the National Wildlife Refuge through buffers areas was emphasized, and the intent of the agricultural designated areas around Lake Lowell and Boise River are to buffer sensitive habitat areas from dense development, quote unquote. In an email I received from the Friends of Deer Flat, because we know that the federal people cannot speak, but Friends can, it states, and I quote, something the city of Nampa might understand is the economic impact on the city of the surrounding area. The Fish and Wildlife Service put out a report called Banking on Nature to demonstrate how the Wildlife Refuge actually increases the economy in the areas they serve. In the appendix, it lists that in 2017 alone, Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge had over 173,000 visitors, had contributed just shy of $7 million to local economy, and $2.343 million in employment income, and supports 61 jobs. So it is in everyone's best interest to protect the refuge, not just for the wildlife, but the wildlife, of course, as well as the economic impact. The proposed density is too high and contrary to the agreement with Canyon County. Again, please, please remember that your decision will affect generations to come. Please oppose the project of Lakeview subdivision. I appreciate your time, energy, and consideration for the city's best interest and allowing me to present my opposition tonight. One more thing, please check on the TIS impact study. It was done August 14th. I'd like to point out that there's at least 3
Madam Mayor,
schools
time.
on Iowa between 12th and the division, and school started on August 17th. The impact study was done on the 14th, so transparency is lacking. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Al Gambetti. On deck is Belinda McBurney and Judy Metters.
Mayor, City Council, staff, my name is Al Gambetti. I live at 12091 south of Ayers Place in Nampa. I should give you a little bit about my background. I am the former Deputy Director of the Joint Select Committee in the State of California Economic Development. I'm a former member of public official in Sacramento County. When I moved in Sacramento County, there were 650,000 people. When I left, there's now 3.2 million. I was very involved with the development and the saving of agriculture in Sacramento County and the zoning and protecting zoning. You have in place the protections for zoning and for ag. I would recommend you continue to do that. I would also recommend that you look at getting an impact study by the wildlife refuge because of the close proximity, because that will make a difference. You should also look at the quality of life. You're not only looking at this development, but before you is going to be another development that's already in the process. So you're looking at over 200 homes in that area. At 2 cars, that's 400 cars. Are you going to start using eminent domain in 10 years from now to widen the roads? How much is that going to cost? Your fees to developers is very, very low for what your infrastructure costs are going to be for police, fire, roads. I can go on and on. In that area, how long does it take you to go get your hair cut or your nails done or to get a pizza? It's miles and miles away. There is no infrastructure except for one supermarket, no bank, nothing. So you're talking about a real impact on the roadways in the future. Do not allow developers to start niching away at zoning and creating zoning or the falling out of zoning by each and every development that they do. Otherwise, there's no zoning that the county and cities like yourself can do. And this is just the first part across the county and throughout the Treasure Valley. I sat in your position and had to deal with it. And this is the time where you really have to set the principles that the whole area will be looking at. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Belinda McBurney. On deck is Judy Metters and Jennifer Kerr.
We were told that we could tag team because we have great facts on the wildlife refuge we'd love to share with you. And she is a resident, and she will read and I will follow, so we can get you all the facts that you will need.
I'm Helen.
We were told at the front we could do that.
Yeah. I'm Helen Cooper, and I live at 12364 Iowa Avenue.
So, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I just need to make sure that I grab each of you. So, Helen Cooper, you are already on here, so you are moving up on the line, and you are?
Yes.
Belinda.
behind. Yeah, that's what they were.
I'm
gonna
sorry,
do.
what was-
Belinda McBurney, 11914 Iowa Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, my understanding is between the two of them, there's 6 minutes between the two of you, but you're going to do it together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this time to present to all of you this. I'm just going to
Madam Mayor,
kind
but if I could have both of them just state their name and address for the record at the same time, and then you can do the take, and I'll just do the 6 minutes total.
Okay. Helen Cooper. My address is 12364 Iowa Avenue. Of course, Nampa. Go ahead.
Belinda McBurney, 11914.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Belinda McBurney, 11914 Iowa Avenue, Nampa.
So as you tag team, it's going to be really important that you use the mic for our recording purposes, so make sure you both, can step up when you're talking.
Tall woman, I know.
Thank you.
Okay. The Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge is one of the oldest refuges in the National Wildlife Refuge system. It was established on February 25th, 1909 by President Roosevelt to designate the new irrigation reservoir as a refuge and breeding ground for migratory birds and other wildlife. Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge, 11,388 acres, lies just outside the city of Nampa, surrounding the waters of Lake Lowell. This is a perfect resting place for millions of migrating birds along the Pacific Flyway, including some pretty large concentrations of Canadian geese, mallard ducks. The American Bird Conservatory has named Deer Flat as a global important bird area. Over 240 bird species, 30 mammal species. The refuge now serves an urban oasis for both Treasure Valley and residents, and visitors. The refuge is also a significant resting and winter area for birds migrating along the Pacific Flyway, including spectacular concentrations of mallards and Canadian geese, including providing one of the few nesting areas for the western and Clark grebes in Idaho. The world's grebes are listed at various levels of conservation concerns. Because of the value to birds, the Deer Flat Wildlife Refuge has been declared an important bird area by the National Audubon Society. Lake Lowell is now one of the largest off-stream reservoirs in the American West, with the capacity to irrigate over 200,000 acres of land. In early summer, western grebes dance on Lake Lowell while residing bald eagles look for food for their young. Visitors can see the large number of white pelicans on the lake, large brood of Canadian geese in pastures and nearby lakes. These pastures and friends are also supporting other birds and wildlife. Duck populations in mid-December can go up to 150,000 on Lake Lowell. With assistance from local growers, the refuge also cooperates 240 acres to provide food for wildlife. Farming at Deer Flat is for the birds. Approximately 240 acres of refuge land is irrigated to provide food and cover for wildlife. Local farmers also grow corn, beans, wheat, and alfalfa for these animals too. So thank you for your time.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for allowing us to present this to you. The loss, degradation, and fragmentation of important migratory bird habitat has been identified as potentially the largest individual threat to migratory birds. Much of this is human-caused by development. Over 1 billion birds die in the annual migration of the 4 North American flyways. Buildings can be deadly obstacles for birds. Some 365 to 988 million birds are killed when they smash into structures. Estimates a study published last month in the Condor Ornithological Applications, 44% of these deaths are due to residential homes, 1 to 3 stories tall. The taller structures have higher per building mortality rates, but residences are by far contribute to most of the bird deaths due to their sheer numbers. And threats are aplenty. Kitties are also a killer. We have a lot of feral cats down there. I hope you can all appreciate the individuals and groups locally, like Friends of the Deer Flat Refuge, that care so much about our birds and wildlife and do whatever is necessary to preserve and protect, lost my place, I'm sorry, every species. Unfortunately, we found out the government employees cannot take a position on these issues, but I know that they would stand behind the refuge and their furry and feathered friends who have no voice in this matter. All of this is irrefutable proof that the surrounding agriculture, pasture, and open lands are vital to the survival of the birds and the wildlife that make the Deer National Refuge and surrounding area their home. In closing, it's now obvious that there should be nothing built on that side of Midway anywhere near the refuge and the vital ecosystem that support the wildlife. I sincerely hope that you will put the Deer Flat National Refuge and its importance to the birds, the Pacific Flyway, and the wildlife first and foremost. Since money seems to be a driving force forefront to all of the development, it's obvious developers' impact fees, paid only once at $750,000, pale in comparison to the over annual $10 million that is contributed. I just want to add, too, that I did walk and talk to residents, and I do not ever want the surrounding residents of this agriculture land to endure the nightmare that we did. We had so much wildlife, it's all gone. It's now on the other side of Midway, and thankfully they have a place to reside. So in closing, I hope you will make the decision to preserve your magnificent refuge, lake, and wildlife for future generations to come. God has truly blessed us with so much. We must all be good stewards over his creation. Our 240 species of birds, 30 species of wildlife, nearby residents, and future generations, thank you.
Madam Mayor, time.
Our wildlife is not for sale, utilities or not. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time to read my long letter.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Judy Metters, and on deck is Jennifer Kerr and David Taney.
Apparently, I'm going to go in front of them. My name is Jennifer Kerr, and my address is 11230 West Shea Park Drive. I'm asking you to oppose the preliminary plan for the Lakeview subdivision at the corner of Midway and Iowa as it is written. I respect that for many of our landowners with larger tracts of farmland, this is their investment, and the income from this investment might be the opportunity for them to retire or relocate. At the same time, we have to look at what serves the greater community. And in this case, the greater community consists not only of people, but of the wildlife as well. I realize we can't stop growth, and frankly, I believe a lot of good has come to the community of Nampa from the recent growth. In fact, I currently live in one of the subdivisions that was built on farmland, as do many of the citizens in this room. While we can't stop growth, it can and should be thoughtfully and reasonably managed. Just because it can be done doesn't mean it should be done. One of the amazing attractions of Nampa is Lake Lowell and the Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge. And the proposed subdivision is separated from the wildlife refuge only by Iowa Avenue on the east and a few homes on larger lots to the west. Having this beautiful area of land and water carved out to preserve and study nature and provide for the future of many species offers immense benefit not only to the wildlife, but to the quality of life in our community. We have one opportunity to manage growth without destroying the quality of this important national wildlife refuge in the area. I ask that we not blow it by approving this project. I don't come here to prevent growth or to stop a subdivision completely. I do, however, feel that the density of this particular subdivision is far too great for this particular area, and so I strongly urge you to reconsider the density of the proposal. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Judy Metters, and on deck is David Taney and Bryce Roberts.
Excuse me, we signed up together, and my friend Judy Metter was going to yield her time to me. So what would you prefer that we do? Do you want us to wait until my name gets called, or wait until my name gets called?
No, you can go ahead and go. It's okay if you go. Whatever that, David, is that okay with you if they're out of order?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Same situation with my neighbor.
Okay, so we've got some partnering. So is that okay with you? We'll just write it down.
Right, so Madam Mayor, just for clarification, Judy Metters is actually forfeiting her time over to Cheryl Higley.
Yes.
Okay. So you will get a total of 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's not going to speak.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's nice to see you again. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. I'd like to start by sharing with you that Lake Lowell and the refuge were the main reasons why we chose Southwest Nampa for our retirement. When the weather is nice, my husband and I walk out to the lake almost every day. We believe the area is a gem that should be valued and protected, so this development is of great concern to us because of the impact it will have on the refuge and the wildlife. Lakeview subdivision, as proposed, will convert open farmland into a clone of Carriage Hill West, a typical medium-density housing tract with vinyl fencing which will block the view, block the wildlife, destroy their habitat, and the open rural character of the area adjacent to the refuge. This development went before the P&Z Commission on January 23rd, and by a slim margin of 5-4, they voted in favor of recommending it. However, during the deliberations, several of the commissioners felt that the density was too high for being so close to the refuge. And one commissioner stated that a line needs to be drawn somewhere and that line should be Midway. Also in agreement with drawing the line at Midway are two planners, Nampa's long-range planner, Doug Critchfield, and Canyon County's planner, Dan Lister, who both submitted letters opposing this development and indicating that it was inconsistent and contrary to what was presented by Nampa in the area of city impact expansion application submitted to Canyon County and approved on December 19th, 2023. To find out firsthand what Nampa presented, I submitted a public records request for the 155-page Canyon County staff report for the public hearing on September 7th, 2023. And I've provided handouts of several pages to show how even though the developer claims that the gross density of 2.73 dwelling units per acre for his proposal is close to the maximum 2.5 dwelling units per acre allowed under the cluster development in the agricultural designation, it does not meet any of the requirements for a cluster development. Also, the report mentioned several times that a specific area plan would be created for Southwest Nampa, which there has been no opportunity to do that yet. Let's take a look at the highlighted areas in the handouts. So if you can pull out the handouts that should have been provided to you. This is just the cover page showing that it was the Board of County Commissioners public hearing. So if you can go to the second page, the highlighted area says, if the expansion is approved, the City of Nampa will begin the development of a specific plan for the 1,996 acre area between Midway Road and Indiana Avenue, and to continue to work with the county regarding aligning definitions and plans via an area of city impact agreement. Next page. How does cluster housing work in agricultural designation? Down to the fourth bullet point, a planned unit development or master plan community would be required with a development agreement in place and tied to the parcels. The preserved land would come under the control of some type of preservation entity for its long-term viability and care. An ordinance would be produced that protects the codes and preservation requirements, similar to Harris Ranch in Boise. Next page. If the area of city impact expansion is approved, what happens next? First bullet point, Southwest Nampa specific area plan coordination and plan development. And lastly, on page 5, last paragraph, the highlighted area, Mr. Critchfield said, the city believes the areas along the lake need to be preserved and the city would like an active role in helping to preserve them as much as they can. Last line, Critchfield said if this was approved, the city would work with the county to take a more detailed look at the area and develop a sub-area plan to act as an overlay to the future land use map. The last 2 pages were not part of the staff report, but there was a link to the Harris Ranch Wildlife Impact Assessment and Management Plan, which is 130 pages long. And this is what Harris Ranch is using to abide by. And then because of that plan, there has been established the Harris Ranch Wildlife Mitigation Association in order to mitigate what's happening to the wildlife because of the development. Okay, back to my notes. Per the timeline in the Canyon County staff report, the planners actually spent several years collaborated on this expansion, including determining the land use designation of agricultural for this property and the surrounding area, so as to buffer the sensitive wildlife habitat areas around the refuge and the lake. To disregard their expertise and all the time, energy, effort, and money spent, and allow the stretch of the medium-density residential designation to this property would be a terrible waste. Instead, shouldn't we abide by what Nampa's staff proposed, which was the basis for the county's approval? I'd like to close with a few more questions. Is Nampa a city with integrity that honors and abides by the agreements that we make? Do we truly care about preserving and valuing the Deer Flat Wildlife Refuge, we are putting our trust in you as our elected officials to confirm tonight that all these are true by voting to deny this application. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you so much for your hard work, your dedication, and your service.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Taney, and on deck is Bryce Roberts and Iping Stark.
Well, Mayor King, members of the council, my name's David Taney, and I'm the president of the Red Hawk Ridge Owners Association. I have to say, with the questions that you've asked and with what we've heard so far, this is a really complicated issue. And I'd appreciate it if we could, this drawing that's up here just shows they've really crammed a lot of houses in there. But I wonder if we could get that map up that shows the relationship of this property to other properties around it. Is it possible to do that? That's the one. Thank you. I've got 5 questions for you, but don't get alarmed. I also brought the answers with me. And the first question is, did the mayor and the city council do its due diligence to ensure that the properties adjacent or near Lakeview received adequate notice of the proposed project? And the answer is no, you didn't. We are physically attached by the corner, we're at the corner of this proposed development. No homeowner on North Bateo Drive or on Bateo Drive received any notification whatsoever about this project or this hearing tonight. I went out and talked to them this week. They knew nothing of it. We're right on the corner. We're attached to it. Our properties abut. The only separation between Bateo homeowners and the project is a golf course green and a golf course tee box. Now, I'm sure one of the experts in the planning department is going to say, well, we complied with state law. They just happen to be a little over 300 feet from the project. Maybe it's 350 feet, but I could tell you when those homeowners go out in their backyard, they're looking directly at this project. The Bateo homeowners deserve, and I think because of the complication and the type of size and the project this is, they deserve an opportunity to at least know what's going on, and maybe a little extra square footage or distance would have been handy for them to be able to come here and talk. Now, the second point that I want to make, second question, is when the developers neighborhood meeting took place, or the 4 neighborhood meetings with the adjacent neighbors and homeowners, what I heard was they were only attended by 4 people. And you have to ask yourself, did the mayor and the city council inquire of the planning staff why more people didn't attend? And my thought is, well, obviously the importance of the meeting wasn't included in the invitation that went out to the neighboring homeowners. The potential impacts of the Lakeview project weren't mentioned in the invitation. And then you have to ask yourself, what was the scope of the invitation? Did you end up like the people of Bateo? They didn't get any notice of the invitation. They weren't there, and I don't know who was. So again, the scope and the importance of the meeting wasn't apparently adequately explained. Maybe the staff doesn't have the ability to exercise some judgment or common sense in preparing these invitations, but I think it's be worthwhile to have that kind of information included in the invitations when they go out. The third question is, when the mayor and the city council learned that notice of tonight's hearing only went out 11 days ago, did the council and the mayor's office inquire whether this project was, because of its size and complexity, was that notice adequate so that homeowners knew what was taking place? Now, I'm sure, again, that same expert that'll tell us about the 300 feet will tell us that, well, the state only requires a 10-day notification.
Madam Mayor, time.
But the notification, I'm using the time now that has been granted to me by Tony Beasley.
I'd have to have that person.
Where's Mr. Beasley? Right there.
Do you, okay, so.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, could I have your names?
Stark.
Okay. And then also Mr. Beasley? Okay.
So
Sorry.
the project has been known to the council, it's been known to the staff for a period of time, months, possibly years, that something like this was coming. So it's not like it just popped up at the last minute. and you didn't have time to get a notice out. You had time to get a notice out, and a 10-day notification of this hearing tonight really is inadequate. For the neighbors out there, the people that live in that area, to research the project, understand it, to look at these various drawings, read the report, and prepare to make a presentation or to speak to you about this project tonight. So I think that, again, this is a failure in the system. There wasn't more time allowed for the people that live in that area and are affected by it to come in and speak to the project. Question 4 is, when the mayor and the council learned that the project was opposed by the Canyon County Board of Supervisors, by the Canyon County principal planner, that it passed from the planning commission here in Nampa with a split vote with only a 1-vote margin, was an inquiry made of the city staff as to whether this project really enjoyed the support of the community. I mean, you can look here tonight, with the exception of the people that are employed by the developer, I'd be surprised if anyone gets up and speaks in favor of the project. No effort was made to contact us at Red Hawk Ridge. No one was made to contact the people over at Carriage Hill HOA, Carriage Hill Ridge. The Middleton Greenhurst Community Association, the group that protested against the come-and-go gas station, I don't think anybody spoke to them or reached out to them to see if they had a position on this. If they had, I'm sure I would have heard about it, because they would have called us to find out how we felt about it. Summit Ridge HOA, same thing. I doubt if anybody reached out to them. So I don't think any effort was made to reach out to the community and find out if anybody was in support of it. We know some people were opposed to it, but who was in support of it? And finally, question 5. Are the mayor and the city council concerned that this continued stretch high-density development in this area will encroach on agriculture, wildlife, and open space? I hope the answer to that is yes, not no. When you look at how close it is to the lake and the wildlife area, you have to ask yourself, why aren't the negotiations between the city and Nampa and the Canyon County regarding this matter, why are they still unresolved? Why hasn't some limits been put on it? This stretch concept of adding parcels that are adjacent to city services is not helpful. I think that the Carriage Hill West project might have been one of these same situations here in the last year or so. In the next year or so, there'll be another 40-acre parcel after this Lakeview project, and they'll be coming in asking for the same consideration. And after that, another 40 acres. And this will go on until you reach all the way out to Marsing or someplace like that. So I think that it's time for the council to develop a policy to put an end to these stretch additions, or at least state a policy that says how much longer can they go on or what needs to be there. In our opinion, the council dropped the ball on this. We think that this project, Lakeview, needs to die, and it needs to die tonight. That way there'll be more opportunity for groups like ours and people like you have here in the room to meet with the developers, meet with the planners, and find out what really is going out there and solve some of the complications that we've heard about tonight and that many of us frankly don't understand. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Bryce Roberts, and on deck is Leslie Harrier and Allison Bailello.
Good evening. Are you Bryce?
Hi, yes, I'm Bryce Roberts. I live at 12262 Iowa Avenue. I'm the lucky one that'll get 9 new neighbors if this goes through. So the whole purpose I didn't move into a subdivision was I didn't want a pile of neighbors. Now it looks like I'm gonna have more neighbors than if I'd have moved in a subdivision. So I find myself kind of on both sides of the fence on this deal. So 10 years ago, I fought against the refuge because they wanted to get rid of all of our recreation. If you remember, they do CCP plans and they look at all the farming that's within a certain area. They wanted to shut down all the boating. They wanted to shut down the activities within it because wildlife comes first. So we can say that this property doesn't include the refuge and whatever, but they consider it part of the refuge. I'm an avid waterfowl hunter, and this area is considered part of the refuge. You cannot hunt geese within this because they need that area to include it. So when the next CCP comes out and they look at the density and they see how high it is and how much farm ground and everything they've lost, we'll probably lose a lot of our recreation. Now, I've been on Idaho my entire life. I've fought both sides of these things. So these were a couple of the things that popped up in my mind, besides having 9 new neighbors. The other things that comes into mind, I've lived here for 8 years now. Traffic is horrendous. You come down Midway, so there's only a couple ways to get the freeway. You're going Midway and hitting 55 and going up, or you're going into town and going on the freeway that way. When I moved out there was 1 stop sign. There's now 6 on Midway. When I came here to this meeting, I had to go down Lake Lowell, catch Midway or Middleton to get into town because Iowa shut down. There was 23 cars stopped at the 4-way stop at 5:30. Add another 155 homes in there and continue the growth in these high-density areas, and you can imagine the traffic. You go down Iowa, we got what? 3 elementaries on it. When they get out, you can't get down Iowa. It's a 20-minute drive. I only live 3 miles from 12th Street. So a couple things to consider. I did not know that the wells were going to be considered part of this, so now I got kind of some concerns of what's going to happen with my well when they start using it to water all the parks and everything that they're putting in this and the yards and homes. So as far as wildlife's concerned, there's 23 deer that live on that property. I watch them every day. There's a skunk that I got to go home and clean off my dog when I get done with this. And there's a dozen turkeys that live out there. You can almost see them every week. So somebody's not looking and seeing what's out in the field to say there's nothing there. And somebody also needs to consider what's going to happen with the refuge when these high-density areas go in. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Leslie Harrier, and on deck is Allison Aiello. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, because she wasn't at the mic, I'm just going to state that, just for the record, that Leslie Harrier does not want to speak, but is wanting to state that she is opposed. Thank you. Allison? Would you like to just come to the mic and at least state that for the record so we can get that on there? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Allison Bolello, 11349 West Timken, and I oppose it 100%. Please deny this and listen to all the wonderful things that everybody said. And I can't say anything more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we have Carol Gamble.
Hello. I am Carol Gamble. Get my name here going. I'm kind of shaken because I'm short and dealing with some bronchitis. My address is 12606 Memory Lane, which, as you can see, if anyone knows where Memory Lane goes on the west side, right there, yeah. And my house is abutted right up to that land. So 12 feet from me will be, which I just beat you, 12 homes.
Oh, okay.
We moved out there 40 years ago to enjoy the wildlife, raise our children, and enjoy the peace and quiet. And I have a letter here to read, but I'm so upset that I'm just going to speak from my heart. Every day I watch deer, every day out there, going through our lawn. I don't know what the gentleman over there was talking about because I live right there. Just not long ago, I saw a family of raccoons going across from that land over to the refuge with their little babies following right behind. Now that's going to end, and you know it will. When you had that plat up there with all those homes, that's ridiculous. That many homes. 157 or 55 homes on 57 acres, that's just a crime. And I'm concerned now about my water as well. I mean, because we're right up against there. And then one of the ladies that lived right there by the Carriage West lost a bunch of her trees in that development. Now I have 30 arborvitaes there for a break from that land. That land right there, again, was farmed. And I watched corn, potatoes, onions, and the big part of that has had grain until this very year. They've had grain in that big area. So I don't know where that's coming from, that it's such a tough area to farm.
Hang on one second. Their mic, we lost a mic. Thank you, we did.
Well, then I get to start my 3 minutes over.
Thank you, Pam.
Sure.
Pam?
Okay, should be good. Thank you.
Pam?
Yeah. I'll put it on the.
Thank you.
So it's-
Okay.
Okay, I see hundreds of cars going down Iowa now as it is, and just that many more homes is going to be horrific. Please don't destroy our livelihood, our wildlife. Most of all, the wildlife. It's just awful that we're going to lose all of that deer. And I just had a friend call me this morning, a farmer friend from Buell. That's where I was raised. And she said, go to farmlandinfo.org. And it states that Nampa has lost more farmland than anywhere in the U.S. Now that's horrible. Absolutely horrible. We're just going to keep eating up all of our farm ground. Okay, really quick. Am I the last one to speak?
That's signed up, but there
Oh,
might
but
be
there are other people. Okay. So the choice we make today will have a very real impact on what ag and the refuge is going to look like tomorrow. Please think about that when you go to vote. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Carol, my mom also grew up in Buell.
She did?
Schroeder's.
What's Schroeder's? Oh, yes. Yeah, I love Schroeder's. Yes.
Okay, so.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else that did an advance sign up.
Is there anyone here? Thank you. Okay, so we have a couple, so we'll start here and then we'll go there. And thank you, when you do come forward, name, address, and then you can speak.
So I did sign up. There was a glitch though, so I...
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Amanda Ranke, and I'm at 1638 West Tenzing Street in Nampa.
Sorry, what was your name?
Amanda Ranke.
Thank you.
So good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. You may have known me from last year. It's almost a year and a day since I was standing at this podium for the come and go. So I'm coming tonight again to speak on my heart because everybody else here has. I have points to make. I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else who can't make it tonight. But you guys have done so much research, so much effort, so much detailed investigation, just like we did with the gas station, that I'm so thoroughly impressed. There's nothing I can say further than that, but I do want to state a few things. Having just graduated from the First Citizens Academy, I've learned a lot about the PNZ future planning, thank you, Rodney, and how to participate before it gets to the state. So I look forward to doing that. But tonight, I want to speak from the heart on behalf of the countless other citizens who not only chose Southwest Nampa because of the lake and the preserve, but they also chose Nampa because of the lake and the preserve. Just as the sign says, Nampa is the heart of the Treasure Valley. Madam Mayor and council members, I see you as a beating heart of the machine that is the city. Your decisions protect us from what's wrong and breathe truth and transparency into what's right. The lake and its protected wildlife surroundings were imagined so long ago as part of a beating heart of the water lifeline of irrigation that flows through our valley to sustain all beings. I want Nampa to remain the breath of life that is the Treasure Valley. So, last but not least, Proverbs 4:23. Watch over your heart with all diligence, for from it will flow the springs of life. Guard your heart with all possible diligence, for from it flow the well springs of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, come forward. Thank you.
I'm a little slow, excuse me.
It's okay.
It's my first rodeo. I want to thank you guys for your time, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Go ahead and pull that thing all the way up and tell us your name and give us your address. You did it. Good.
I was kind of feeling hunchback there a little bit.
And your name?
Cody Bell.
Cody Bell?
12316 West Iowa.
Thank you.
I'm going to have all those neighbors too. I don't know, I'm sorry, what these guys are trying to prove or pull off. The wildlife there is a lot more than what they say. I see them every morning, all day, at night, quail, doves, geese, snow geese, and stuff like that. I raise critters for 4-H. And where they're saying that 50-some houses doing the water thing, then you got 150-some. Man, that's triple times the water. And that's coming out of our wells. We're going to lose it. And I need the water. I need, I don't know, it just makes me sad. And it makes me real sad that we're losing our farms. People are losing their way of life for greed. That's all it is money. You got 50-some houses would be fine. Okay? Why stack 100 more on top of it? I mean, they're tear up the roads, they're going to tear up everything. And the chemicals are going to put down in that yard. Where's that going? Right in the aqua. Aqua's 80 feet underneath me. Since I've been there 20-some years, I had to drop my well twice. Has anybody done study how much water is in there? Does anybody understand where that water comes from? We've been having droughts the last few years, right? So where are we getting our water from? We're running out. I don't want to put a tear in my eyes, so thank you, and don't let this go through. Please don't. Or not as bad as what they, development's coming. We can't stop that, but don't slam it into our faces, okay? Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, go ahead and come forward. Thank you for sharing your name and address. And is there anyone else besides, I don't know your name, so is there anyone else that wanted to speak tonight?
Can I just have 30 seconds at the end?
We don't get to go twice. So sorry. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Weaver.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Susan Weaver. My address is 3653 South Pemmott Avenue in Boise, and I am here on behalf of Karen and Bob Anderson. I've spent a lot of time with them, with the sellers of this property, the owners of the property, and they are excited about this project. In fact, Karen will continue. She lives on the farm now in the southeast corner. She will continue to live there. In the northwest corner, there's a gravel pit up there. And I have to say, all this talk of farming ground and agricultural ground, my ex-husband was a seed potato farmer in southeast Idaho, so I'm familiar with dirt, with what good dirt is that you have to grow seed potatoes, good silty loam ground. This is the far opposite spectrum. This is very gravelly. There's a gravel pit just up in the north, and then to the north is the gravel pit, actually. Karen is unable to get anybody to come farm this year. It is a financial burden on her. The pipes and the wells, the pump to the well that were put in years ago, many years ago, they need replacing. She cannot afford to go replace all of that to try to get somebody to farm, but getting equipment to that property, the prior farmer was actually someone that I knew, and he just can't, he said, I can't get there anymore. I know the developer tried to get a farmer there to keep the weeds down and to manage the property. He can't get his people that normally will go anywhere. They won't go to farm the ground. It's just, it's hard to get there. It's not good dirt, farm dirt. It's just become extremely difficult for Karen and Bob. And again, like I said, they were super excited to have a plan to be able to take care of this property finally, because it's become unmanageable for them. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, it didn't sound like, is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and provide closing remarks and answer any further questions.
All right, members of the council, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. Okay, I will jump through a couple of kind of minor points. And what are we gonna do, 5 minutes, is that right? Okay. I'll go through a couple minor points and then circle back to what I think is a very important point for purposes of this conversation, which is what law applies to this application. So first, Madam Mayor, when you asked the question of Christy about whether I had said that she had recommended the MDR, and if I said that, I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, okay.
We very much appreciate Christy. She lays out the menu. She doesn't recommend anything. And so what I think I did say, and forgive me if I misspoke, was that we believe that the comprehensive plan and all the other facts associated with this application support the stretch, but certainly not trying to put words in Christie's mouth. Another item is that the TIS, it's my understanding that it actually was approved in November. We have a letter from Caleb on November 21st. It found that area roads have capacity and the impacts are appropriately mitigated. Number 3, and I may come back to this in a little bit, but with regard to, cluster development, we discussed that a little bit. It does allow up to 2.5 acres units per acre. I did say that we have to jump through the hoops, and Ms. Higley mentioned that she was aware of another project that's done something similar. It was Harris Ranch. I've represented Harris Ranch for 15 years. I have written most of those documents. I know exactly what those documents speak to. Harris Ranch is not this project. Harris Ranch included 700 acres of property along the river that has been used for mitigation purposes, and the Harris Ranch Wildlife Mitigation Association is a massive entity that was created for purposes of administering all of that. So this is not the same. One other point that I would like to make, the irrigation well and the concern about water, you heard what Daniel had to say about that. The existing irrigation well on the site would be decommissioned. The water rights would be transferred to the city system. There's really no possibility of this having a negative impact on area water. So let me now jump at what I said was a very important piece to this. So let me come to a quote here. Oops, overshot it. So there was a little bit of confusion, I would say, during the conversation with staff about what designation applies to this property. The discussion about very low density residential versus what other designations might apply. So if you look at the first page of staff report, they go through the steps and the timeline for when all of these actions were taken. As of today, it's my understanding that very low density residential, A, does not appear in the written comp plan, and B, has not been formally adopted for purposes of this property. As it stands today, and as it stood at the time of our application, there was an agricultural designation on there, and with the medium density residential designation immediately to the east being eligible for stretch. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Really, we're talking about, is it ag or is it MDR? The other elements would not apply to this property, even if they were in effect as of today. So I do want to talk a little bit about the county letter and the long-range planning letter. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to hit a couple of items. So we very much understand that the city went through a very painstaking area of impact renegotiation. You know, we're respectful of that. I've seen how hard that is. I want to be clear, though, that negotiation was not specific to this property, and the city should not feel constrained when, if you look at the specific facts of this application, that the policies that were identified in that letter just simply don't apply. So, for example, a comp plan policy that was cited in the letter, Lake Lowell Wildlife Habitat. It speaks to open waters and wetland edges, sagebrush uplands, grasslands, and riparian forests on the Snake River Islands being what we're trying to preserve. This property is not that. This property is rocky farm ground immediately adjacent to a gravel pit. Then another comp plan policy that was cited was the Lake Lowell croplands. That speaks to 240 acres within the refuge that's cooperatively farmed. That's not this property. The 12.8.3.5 speaks to Lake Lowell riparian forests. There are no riparian forests located on this property. The policy is not applicable. The same is true of the wetlands. One more, the uplands in 12.8.3.7 speak to areas west of the Visitor Center Refuge on several of the larger refuge islands. Again, that doesn't apply to this property. Madam Mayor, could I have 1 minute to finish up? Sure. Yeah. So I think the way I would close, Madam Mayor, is that, you know, the stretch is not only permitted by policy, but it's consistent with the definitions of ag and MDR, which are the two comprehensive plan designations that could potentially apply here. Ag is typically for areas that are not served by city services, and it needs to be, the provision of city services needs to be economically viable. We stretch in this case because the utilities are there and because there's not a connection to the refuge, because many of the neighbors that have been commenting tonight live between us and the refuge. They have the same impacts as our residents would have. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'll cede.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Council, do you have questions for our applicant?
Mayor, I have a quick question. So it was mentioned earlier by Councilman Bills that this past year, this land was used as farmland to farm pumpkins. Is that the case? So it has been, it has not?
We can't, pause. We cannot have a discussion with the public. Sebastian, you cannot ask the public questions.
That's my understanding is the same as what you heard from the public out here, that is not this property.
Yeah, we can't visit with the public, though. Sorry, guys.
You want me to clarify that?
If you would like to clarify that, you may.
So it's the property on the south side, across from this property, that was farmed with the pumpkins.
South of this property.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Yes.
A quick question for you. It was stated by one of the individuals that came forward that proper notice hadn't been given to the adjoining neighbors. Did you provide the city with a list of all those that were required to receive those mailers?
Madam Mayor, Commissioner, Council Member Haverfield, yes, we did.
Okay.
And it's 300 feet notice is what's required.
Right. And was that list provided to you by our planning and zoning staff?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So those notices should have gone out. I didn't see a copy of the list. Oh, there they are. To identify who would have received the notices. So just wanted to verify that. Thank you.
Rodney, thank you for sharing those. Any other questions for our applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't typically want to provide response, but David and I appreciate your comments. There were some comments about our process. Rodney, could you share the process? Because I guess what I want to make sure, the 300-foot, so some of our processes are by ordinance. I mean, there's specific processes that we have to adhere to. And even though something's just past 300 feet, we also make sure that the signage is very visible. And can you speak to that on this particular property?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So one of the things that we need to be concerned about for planning and zoning is that we're fair, that we don't pick favorites. So as a planning and zoning staff person, I do not want to be in a position to say, well, I think this one should be contacted, or this one. And then they can argue that in that case, I chose poorly and treated them unfairly compared to another one. Well, on either side of that, right? Either side of that argument, the person who is contacted or not contacted, or the applicant who is saying, you're trying to undermine my ability to get this project approved. So I'm trying to be as fair as possible. So therefore, I defer back to the code that's required in state code and adopted in local code for the area that we need to contact. We send out those notifications, we put it in the newspaper, you can sign up on our website and get a notification of any new public hearing that's placed on our website, and we put it on a big sign on the property as required by state code.
And the notice, how many days' notice does that have to be published?
I think it's, remind me, 14 days, I think, is when we
Shar said it
stick
is
it out
14
there.
days. And I was thinking it was 14 days, the notification has to be out there.
Has to be
14
sent,
days.
yeah.
Has to be sent 14 days
Yeah.
before. Okay. And then the neighborhood meeting is not something conducted by the city, that is conducted by the applicant, is that
That's correct. But the applicant can request that list of property owners, and that's what they did in this case, and we provided them the same list that we sent out notifications to for this public hearing.
Okay. I think the key thing on this is that our process has to be fair and consistent every time. We can't pick and choose that this particular one we're going to notify broader or whatever, but it's very important that we notice, and we have made some changes in the recent past to make sure that our signs are visible, that they're large, that they're not just hidden somewhere, and if they're not visible, I mean, I would trust this property had a visible sign on it, so anybody driving by it would be very evident that there was a public hearing noticed, and you could go online and find that public hearing. So if that was not the case, I can't take comment tonight, but what I would ask you to do is reach out to our planning and zoning department and have a discussion with them if someone felt like the signs were not visible in some way. So then I would like to just make a real quick comment, but I could have our attorney make the comment for me about what we are really deciding tonight, because we've done a few rabbit trails in discussion, but we're really focused on, and I'll let you share with us.
Mayor and Council, you've heard a lot of testimony tonight from individuals as well as the applicant, and probably the easiest way to look at this as you're processing this in your minds is you really have two things that are happening here. As you look up there, there's an annexation, right? That it's a category annexation. It's legislative. When I say legislative, that means it's really up to the city in the exercise of your discretion. Do you want to allow this piece of property to come in to become part of the city? And I apologize, I'm sure everyone knows that, but I just want to set that as a reminder, because there's been a lot of discussion as to this, the RS 8.5 zoning. If you decide you want to annex it, then you go next and you have to give it a zone, right? And that's really the discussion that's been happening tonight. But this would be a very different discussion if this was already in the city and they were asking for just a rezone. So exercise your legislative function first, but as part of that annexation, then you give it the zone. And, based on the testimony, certainly the city council has discretion to deny annexation, and you don't even get to the rezone.
And just for clarification, the zoning, city council does not have, it's my understanding that we do not have the latitude to change the requested zoning. It is approve or deny, based on what has been presented.
Figured out how to use this button finally. Madam Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, Thank you. So just the clarity is that tonight the decision is whether we want to approve the annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 or not tonight. So with that, then a question real quickly is, can we close public hearing? Are there any other questions for the applicant? See none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. What is council discussion on this?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'm ready to make a motion, see where it goes. That's all right.
Okay.
I don't agree with the RS 8.5 zoning, so I'm just going to keep it simple to make a motion to deny the annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 zoning district for the 57.1 acres potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Lakeview subdivision at 12529 Midway Road and 0 Iowa Avenue for Flex Space LLC representing Karen Lee and Bob Lee Anderson, ANN 00293-2023 and SPP 00135-2023, based on the proposed findings for denial of annexation listed in the staff report.
I'll second that.
And basically, in answer to that, because it fails to meet the criteria for compatibility, you don't have, there are not findings for denial listed, so we would need to state them. But would it be because of compatibility with the adjoining zoning districts?
Mayor Kling, for further definition, yes, I don't believe that its proposed density meets the understanding that we had with the Canyon County Board of Commissioners. And I believe that a less density development would possibly be more open to my consideration down the road. But to try to tell them that they should work for one type of zoning or another at this point, I don't believe that that's something that we can do or I want to do at this point. They can come back with a new proposal to our planning and zoning staff as far as they move forward with it. But yes, it would be based on compatibility and the understanding with the planning commission with the county.
Okay. Does that give you the information you need, Rodney?
Mayor, maybe I'll just repeat this. Compatibility with the comp plan as discussed with Canyon County Commissioners. Is that accurate?
Is that accurate? He's saying yes.
Your second okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I just want to say really quick, as I was looking through it and I was looking at the RA, when I say it, I mean the comprehensive plan. And when I'm looking at the RA designation, it talks about that, and it specifically says that this map is for the area far north of near the Boise River, a half a mile south of the parallel to Lewis Lane and near Lake Lowell. So I feel like we just need to make sure that our compatibility aligns with that. And in addition, we have a good working relationship with the county, and we want to uphold that. And we have had those conversations, and I think it's important that we do work with them and keep that relationship honest and clean with them. So I think this is the best decision.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Mayor, I also have a point. When I was going through the list of reasons for approval, and I definitely disagreed with a number of them, but not hitting the same points. I think point F, the proposed zoning map amendments, is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. I think that was not met tonight, and it was clear it's not in the interest of the public. It is not necessary for that area, and I think it causes more harm than good at this time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm somewhat naive about the wildlife because I didn't know how dedicated you all were. That's amazing to me. I couldn't believe it. And thank you for that, because we need that. The other thing I was concerned about is traffic and density. And I think we're going to take care of that. I think hopefully the developer can come back with a better view of that. And but I want to say to, I think it was Bryce, you have 5 new neighbors. And that, it was kind of funny when you said it, but it really wasn't, because it's a land use issue toward your property. And that's what bothered me. So I agree 100% with what you all have had to say. So thank you.
And I would like to just close by saying I do agree with the motion. In February 2024, our future land use map does have this designated as ag. In February 24, and I understood your comments regarding ag and the fact that that discussion took place afterward, but the discussion was that we changed ag to very low density. That's why I was asking the questions. What is very low density? And I feel like we need to keep our word because we've had a lot of discussions with the county. We have our long-term map, right, that clearly outlines what this area is, and I think we need to keep our word to the county and based on what we have committed to the county. Otherwise, there is no integrity to our where we go. So there's times stretching is an option, but this is too big of a stretch, and it's a great opportunity to not stretch like that across Midway. So is there any further discussion?
Mayor, really quick, one other thing is, my heart does go out to Karen and Bob with this property because they're having a hard time finding somebody to farm it. And as we believe in property rights, we want them to be able to sell their land
right.
and to, that's probably their retirement. And, we believe in that. We want them to have that right, but we would love to annex their property into the city, just something more compatible.
Thank you. Any further discussion? See none, roll call.
Ingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have another public hearing, and I'd like to quickly move on to 8.3 on the agenda. So, thank you. 8.3 is an action item. You're welcome. So,
Can we,
I'll have you guys step out. Thank you. Go ahead and step out so we can move on.
poor guy's going to get it
Yeah,
back.
he is.
There's a door right there.
I was going to say, yeah. Okay, 8.3, action item. This is the Nampa City Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment to change the residential mixed-use, community mixed-use, medium-density residential designations to high-density residential, commercial, and industrial designations in the area north of the railroad tracks, south of I-84, east of Northside Boulevard, west of the railroad tracks, and Nampa City Code text amendment to make changes to Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 1. And Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 and Chapter 8 and Chapter 11 and 12, Chapter 13, 15, 16, 19, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 31, 33, and 34. I have a question. I'm a little, and excuse me for doing this to you guys tonight, but I'm a little bit concerned about starting this and having this tonight. The reason is the time. And two, when we have so many changes, what happens is they go so quick, it's easy for us as council to miss things. So I'm not sure if I want to move forward with this or if I want to continue it.
May I just say?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. There's really not as many as you might think. This isn't nearly as many as you've seen in the past. This is cleanup. This is grammatical. There might be a couple of touch points that we want to discuss, but it's really not that much.
Okay.
So Mayor, I would appreciate, and I'd like to make a motion that we would continue this public hearing to the next meeting.
Okay, so I need a quick question. What day do we have upcoming that would be a good one to continue this to? Do we have to continue it to date certain? And sorry, Christy, it's late, it's been a long evening, and I feel like we need to do the due diligence on it.
I'll second the motion.
You'll second the motion, I'm sorry, thank you for the second on the motion.
Whatever that date is.
So, Mayor, the next meeting is the 1st of April, and we only have, from Planning and Zoning, we only have one public hearing that night.
Okay, let's continue it to April 1st to the next meeting. That would be great. Thank you. I'm so sorry, but I think that tonight, I think it'd be wise just to continue it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm sorry I didn't notice you guys, I didn't ask you guys. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public hearings for tonight. We're going to go back to our action items. And we finished action item 7.1 and 7.2. 7.3 and 7.4 were postponed. And then 7.5, we'll go ahead and move to 7.5, which is the first reading of street naming ordinance for North Progressive Way. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, naming a private street North Progress Way.
Make a motion to approve as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.6 is an action item. This is the first reading of a street naming ordinance for North Deborah Lynn Lane, requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, naming a private street North Deborah Lynn Lane.
Make a
Move that this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.7 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between Nampa Highway District Number 1 and the City of Nampa for the Robinson Boulevard Railroad Overpass and Robinson Boulevard and Greenhurst Road intersection improvements. This was reviewed and approved by Attorney Joe Borton. It is approved in the FY24 budget for streets transportation planning 5630.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.8 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the state and local agreement addendum for construction for Franklin Boulevard and Karcher Road intersection, project key number 22102, in the amount of $1,059,680. And this is our standard service line agreement, and it is, an FY24 budget amendment will be needed. And there are two project identifier numbers on this, number 24-840-17 and 24-840-27.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Question. Okay, so Councilman Haverfield?
So it's stated in the packet that the city is to pay the state $1,059,680. And is that to be put in escrow, or what are we talking about paying the state?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, so this is a grant project. The grant bucket for this project came in under, the project is more than, they ended up not having enough grant funds for the construction. So what we've done is we've negotiated with the state the city will use impact fees to fulfill the financial need to do this project. And then the state will, from another grant project funding source, add grant funds in almost equal amounts to another grant project that we have with the state. So we will pay that money directly to the state. The contract will be administered through the state for the construction of that project, and then any underages would be returned to us if that
So
were.
the $1,077,000 is impact fee dollars?
So the $1,077,000 is the increase to the other project. The $1,059,680 will come from impact fees, yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I had the wrong number there. So why is a budget amendment required?
Because we had not budgeted these dollars specific for this project in the FY24 budget. So the impact fees are there in the fund balance.
Okay.
In the impact fee fund balance, we just did not budget for them
That
because
was my next question, if the money's already set aside for that.
it's available, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.9 is an action item, and this is, first of all, to award the proposal for an advanced traffic management system software to Econolite Systems, and 2, to authorize the mayor to sign a purchase agreement in the amount of $171,169. It has been reviewed and approved by City Attorney Joe Borton. It is approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any
Question.
discussion? Roll call.
Question, but who's going to,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
I'm sorry I moved too quickly.
Sorry.
Crystal, at least she stayed for something. I'm glad that you had a question.
I'm glad I asked the question. So again, are the dollars coming from impact fees? Where are the dollars coming from?
Councilman Haverfield, I believe these came from general gov, not impact fees for the TMC.
So is the money available then at this point?
Councilman Haverfield, yes, it is budgeted and available.
Okay. And then the cost for this system, as a part of the intelligence, so the integrated command center, this is meant to interface with the integrated command center?
That is correct. So this will be the traffic portion of it, or at least half of the traffic portion. There's 2 different systems that will be involved with that. One is the actual management software, which is what we're asking for approval tonight, and one is for the performance software, which we are going back out for additional information, and then we'll come back to council for a recommendation there.
Thank you.
So I have a follow-up then, Mayor. So does it work without having the actual, you said there's the management system and now you're looking for that second portion. Will the management system just be null without the latter half?
Councilman Griffin, the management system is what we need to actually operate the lights from that central software. So it will allow us to change the signal timing, turn the lights on and off, switch them to flash mode and things like that. It will work independently. The performance software is the add-on to this, which will give us information like travel time, delay, the cost of the delay, and help us calculate the level of service to help meet NAMPA's goals.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So as a follow-up then, are you creating whole new displays for this in a separate location away from the integrated command center? Or is it utilizing the displays that are already in the integrated command center?
Councilman Haverfield, so the traffic management center and the integrated command center are in adjoining rooms.
Well, that's what I
basically.
thought, they were separate, but so you're having to provide your own monitoring systems to be able to monitor that. So is that artificial intelligence used for yours as well? I mean, after hours, or what? Does it work similar to the way that the integrated command center works?
So I can't speak eloquently towards the integrated command center, but I believe that's more for surveillance, license plate monitoring and
Right.
things like that. The traffic management center is not recorded at all.
Okay, so it's not a camera system at all, it's just all lights?
There are cameras on the lights which allow us to monitor the lights, but nothing is recorded or retained for information purposes.
So the cameras that are in the integrated command center are the cameras that you're using for your monitoring?
Correct.
That's what I was wondering.
Little different software system. If you don't mind, and I'm going to just say something real quickly, you used the word artificial intelligence, and I want to make sure. AI. We at the city have a huge pause on anything AI. There is tremendous scrutiny and oversight. So we are very, very careful because we're not allowing AI to come into the city. So these particular systems, I wouldn't call them AI because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding because we have a really strong policy and we're making sure that we're really being very careful on anything that is AI.
My understanding in the presentation that there is AI in the integrated command center, though after our review of what's going on, it's not all monitored. I mean,
But it is an artificial intelligence. That's
Not
the key.
AI.
It's not AI. It is available, but it isn't AI. I'm just going to say, I don't know that there's anybody here to back me up on this, but I see Pam shaking her head that is correct because we're really, really careful that we don't have any software systems we're being very, very careful on the AI side.
Good, because we don't want to have the robots coming down the hallway to get us. But that was my
I
understanding.
didn't see you back there, so I guess you were back there. Thank you. Can you answer this question?
Under the chair.
I'm sorry.
No, so the system does read license plates, and it does use an algorithm to give you the most, when it has a difficulty reading, to give you the most probable. But It doesn't go further than that. We
So
don't
if you
use
have-
facial recognition, we don't use
No, I know
systems
that.
like that.
I just know that when we had the presentation, that the license plate readers, after hours, when there isn't anybody watching it, if something comes across and is tagged, it can go out to the officers on the street, knowing that someone just came through town that's on a want list or something to that effect, and so they can track them down. I thought that was an AI system.
So we can utilize the system 24 hours a day, correct? Even though there isn't somebody in the center itself, an officer can still access it and obtain information from it. So the system works 24 hours a day. There's not somebody in the center 24
But it
That's
isn't
what I'm
AI.
saying.
It is not, it'd be like Microsoft, my emails come to my phone. Right, versus my computer, right?
the
So it's the
algorithm-
system, and that's where, but it isn't a.
And maybe
AI.
I'm splitting hairs, but I thought the algorithm was an AI.
I don't think I'll get into the definition one way or the other there. So,
Mayor, that's where my confusion
When
lies.
most
is
people
what-
are talking AI, they're thinking of in terms of facial recognition and that type
No,
of
I'm not
identification.
going down that path.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other questions on this particular item?
Nope, vote.
Mayor, can I make a real quick comment? I've realized as we go through, the council may not be aware, when we have these numbers where it says approved in FY '24 budget, and then it lists a series of numbers, this is something we've added as a unique identifier for each capital project to make it easier, because sometimes sometimes the language of the actual description of the project may change, but when you see those numbers like 24, 30, 20, 004, or the case, that's a unique identifier we add to make it very easy to very quickly identify the budget, the dollars, and the item being described. And we've added this just so we can track it more carefully through the system. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. It's been very helpful. Okay, roll call.
Angula.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
710 is an action item, and this is to authorize the Public Works to sign the Regional Water Sustainability Grant contract documents with the Idaho Water Resource Board. It was reviewed by City Attorney Joe Borton, and it does require a 24 budget amendment.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
711 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance amending Title 8, Chapter 9, Sections 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of Nampa City Code for wastewater pretreatment. This was approved and reviewed by City Attorney Brian Norton, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
I don't know that, do we need a presentation?
I was going to ask.
No,
I'm
let's
sorry,
just read the ordinance, please. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Napa amending certain chapters of the Napa City Code, including amending Title 8, Chapter 9, Section 4, Napa City Code pertaining to wastewater pretreatment, including amendments to the definition section, amendments to regulations regarding temperatures of wastewater, amendments to the language used to describe the Board of Sewer appraisers, amendments to the obligations of a discharger regarding their duty to reapply for a permit, amendments to the language clarifying the notification period, amendments to the days permitted to report on compliance, and amendments to the records retention policy, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, allowing for the summary of this ordinance to be published, and the repealing of all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Angula.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Griffin. Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We'll move now to unfinished business. 9.1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for a zoning map amendment from suburban residential to two-family duplex residential zoning district at 1105 and 1113 West Orchard Avenue for Darla Braun, representing Marvin and Darla Braun, Revocable Living Trust, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
I've got to read it.
Read the ordinance.
In order
You're
to
on
the
it.
City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide an RD two-family duplex residential zone designation for a portion of certain lands commonly known as 1105 and 1113 West Orchard Avenue, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho. County parcels R160300110 and R1603, comprising approximately 0.33 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, rezoning property from RA suburban residential to RD two-family duplex residential zoning district, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as RD two-family duplex residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the terms of certain conditions of approval entered into between the applicant and the city of Nampa, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Okay, David,
So moved.
under suspension of rules.
Under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 zoning district on a .59 acre parcel at 2723 Comanche Street for Daniel, I forget how to say his last name, Narsavach, whatever, and Catherine Pickett. I know, I just totally messed it up. Okay, how do you say it? Narsavage. Thank you. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. Oh.
In order to the City of Nampa, Idaho, determine that certain lands commonly known as 2723 Comanche Street, Nampa, Idaho, County Parcel R2302051, comprising approximately 0.59 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS 8.5 Single-Family Residential Zoning District, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RS 8.5 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, subject to the terms and conditions of the approval specified, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Is there a motion to pass under suspension of rules?
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C to acquire an interest in real property not owned by a public agency.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, guys, staff, for being here. Thank you for being here and staying till the end. And Pam, thank you, and James, appreciate you guys being here tonight. Thank you very much for your work. Okay, we are going to